Morning, everybody, and welcome to the 56th Annual General Meeting of the Offshore Racing Congress. We are here in Dunleary, Ireland, and we will try to have a discussion to improve our rules in 2026. Procedurally, we will have a coffee break around 11, and we organize a lunch for all of us downstairs in the bar at 1 o'clock, if we can make it. I don't know whether you see the agenda. Am I correct with it or not? Okay, you can see it. Okay. We have formally to approve the minutes of 2024 AGM that happened in Singapore last year. I hope you had the time to review these minutes. We are using our web to post all our documents. You can find them online still now, and I propose to approve these minutes unless we have some discussion and some amendment around the table. Can I ask you to vote for approval of the 2024 AGM minutes? Who is in favor? Thank you. Now I have to change. Can we see? Yes. Okay. The second item in agenda is my report. We have been working, all of us, management and staff, to prepare this report that will be shown on the screen briefly. This report is also sent to World Sailing to show our activity during 2025 and the status of ORC overall. I can tell you and guarantee that ORC is in good shape. We are administering our rule in 45 countries around the world with 39 rating office established, and 6 countries instead are served through our central office, where a rating office is not yet established. This is mainly dealing with the ORC International and ORC Club rules, but as you know, we started in 2015 also a new rule for super yachts, and in 2019 also we developed the multi-hull rule. Nevertheless, 3 years ago we started also through the multi-hull research the development of a new VPP, taking into account also the foiling possibility of hulls, and this allowed, for example, the chance to give a rating to foiling boats such as the ones that were be racing the America's Cup, with Super Nica as the first foiling monohull to be rated under our system. The rule can accommodate many features such as water ballast, canting keels, and the combination of appendages, DSS, bilgeboard, and all these kind of new features that we are seeing more and more on offshore boats. This year, up to end of October, a total number of 14,000 certificates, more than 14,000 certificates was issued for 9,600 boats, with an increase compared to end of October 2024 of 5%. We will see the statistics, and you see down here the split of certificate. We have also double-handed, we have non-spinnaker. These certificates are offered for free for boats that have already an international or club certificate issued. And we issued also 70 multi-hull certificate and 168 super yacht certificate. In detail, you see the Excel file with a comparison against last year in the same period. Green is an additional number of boats, and red is instead we lost some boats. You can see the trend is very positive for some countries, such as Turkey, that decided to join very recently our community, and is already up to 300 certificate, more than 300, and USA that reached at the end of October more than 1,000 certificate. The top countries are Spain, 1,300, and Italy is still in first place with 1,400 boats. This is boats, not a certificate. This is expanding the fact that I already said about which other rules we are administering. A lot of time is also devoted to organize top events that we are allowed to run with the blessing of World Sailing. It is the ORC International World Championship and European Championship, as well as Continental Championship, and also a double-handed World Championship, as well as a double-handed European and Continental Championship. We had also national and regional championship in many of the 45 countries that we are running our rules. The new system of weather routine scoring was used last year for races. I think were more than 60 races were scored with weather routine scoring, and more than 50 were shadow score with this system. We are investing in trying to have this scoring system accepted and more comprehensive to sailor. It is a big improvement, a big step forward, and we rely a lot on the cooperation we are having with the Predict Wind company. You see, we had 9 events in the super yacht in 2025. They are supposed to increase. The number of events will probably go up to 11 in 2026. So this is incredible how these big yachts are having success and enjoy sailing under our rule. More needs to be done instead with the multi-hull, but you see that there are a lot of races already using this rule. We received this year, and this is the last day of our meetings of 5 days, 48 submissions by 10 national authorities. The way we are acting with our committees is to try to have the work of the International Technical Committee done prior to this meeting, so that we can judge what the proposal and their thoughts are on many of the submissions presented. And I hope that you all went reading the ITC minutes that were published as the first committee. The ITC is composed by many designers or technical people working in the field of sail research, aerodynamic and hydrodynamic research, and we consider the ITC an important asset of the ITC, of the ORC. They are all volunteers, and they devote a lot of time to try to understand whether our VPP-based rules can be improved every year. We, as ORC, are assigning to the ITC resources. You know that ORC is a no-profit company, so we are investing the surplus revenues in research and development, and they tend to invest in what they believe is the most important items. This year they will propose as a budget in what is the hot topic of the year, the residual resistance, and also in improving the RO model of the PPP. And also the long kill hard residual resistant and effective draft. You see also ITC is working these two important new items, that is weather routine scoring with a web app to be possible to help race organizer, and also with tracking companies. We are trying to develop a real-time race tracking and scoring to help our sailors to understand how they are positioned during the races. Another important part that is used to calibrate the VPP and to improve the VPP is the performance database, and this year 3 boats were added to this database. We are using a cooperation with K&D companies based in Valencia to analyze the performance of these boats, and we have the database. This is what I said before. 68 races were officially scored under weather routing scoring, and 51 with shadow scoring. And you see that the learning curve of this new system has been going on. It is important not to overuse weather routing scoring when, for example, the race is not long enough, where the weather forecast is not safe enough. And I think both from our side and the race organizer side are starting to learn when is best to use this new very powerful system. You see the analysis and the back analysis done on all the races that were where the routine scoring was used this year. We also had a cooperation with World Sailing in 2 specific aspects. One is the stability database that was started by World Sailing last year, mainly under the purpose of safety. There are many systems available still to try to rate the stability of a boat, and a working party was formed 3 years ago, and this working party also was comprehensive of ORC representative. We are pushing and we are offering a scientific method always to measure stability, while other parties are trusting also analytical method that are not measuring stability to try to understand whether a boat is stable. This discussion is going on, and this year will be also presented to the Oceanic and Offshore meeting with World Sailing but I believe the ORC position is very well represented, and at the end will be the way to go. We are also working through wholesaling in this other aspect, that is to improve the design standard for keel attachment. We had many accidents in the past year where a keel was lost and caused also fatalities. And one of our ITC member, especially David Lyons, is part of this working group and is providing input to the new ISO standard that are dealing with this special item. You all are aware of our powerful tool that is Sailor Service. Sailor Service is the way to get through our immense records and days. We have more than 200,000 boats measured. And through this system, you can access directly and test the certificates of your boat, or also check what the other boats, how the other boats are positioned in the fleet. You can test what happens to your certificate if you change anything like a measure of a sail or the draft of your. This package is also producing tools like target speed, and of course is producing what is the most important product for our products, that is a prediction of the speed of your boat, such as the polar that you see for an angle, each angle of wind and many wind velocity. I think in general, I don't want to move forward because I think after this we will be having the events, and I believe this should be left to the offshore class and events to report, and therefore I think if you have questions on my report, otherwise we would move on with our agenda. Do you have any question, or you want to add anything for the year we just had? Okay, so I have to come back to the agenda. The chairman report was very boring, but we did that. So for the fleet statistics, I think it was what we saw in our report. We are going up 5% in number of boats. We are introducing our system in countries such as the one who is hosting us this year. I see our competition trend is the opposite. They are going down 2-3%, and we're going up 5%. I think this is a good sign that we are on the right track. Changes in Congress membership. Where do I find that? From the management committee, maybe. I'm sorry, this is a system where the sustainability is not to have printed minutes on your table like we had in the past, and everything is online. So we are following as much as possible the fact to use our possibility to have things stored on our web. Congress member review, we added one representative for the new country, I said Ireland, Pat Tanner, who is, I don't see you, Pat, okay. I think you are aware that Andrew McIrwine, who was representing Rourke, was our congressman, and he is now expired in terms of years. So we will ask Rourke whether they want to select a new congressman or instead continue to have Andrew being here. Andrew, we will talk about this later on, is also formally in our Offshore Class and Event Committee as the secretary of IMA, the International Maxi Association. He will be stepping down from this role this year, and we will be looking for a nomination from IMA for the Offshore Class and Events Committee, but in the Congress, he was sitting as a Rourke representative. You know that Rourke is one of the founder of ORC, so he is entitled to have one Congress member. Another important news for membership in the Congress is that Turkey, who was entitled one Congress member this year, will be entitled to 2 Congress members from the coming year because they passed the 300 number of certificates. So, where is the agenda? I lost my agenda. Yes. Membership in committees. Okay, I have to go back to the management committee minutes. I already mentioned for the ITC. No, I didn't mention. We have Antoine Carden from Judah Evrolik office stepping down from the committee, Robin Zinkman still from Judah Evrolik design office stepping in the committee, and we have decided in this week to add Tobias Merkel to the ITC Research Associate Group. You know that we are dealing with a hot potato this year of a boat designed by Tobias, and we believe that his contribution is important with the research associates to have an improvement in our residuary resistant formulation. So welcome, Tobias. For the Risk Management Committee, I have now to ask everybody to stand up for the chairman of this committee, Akis Tsalikis, who unfortunately passed away 2 months ago. 1 month ago. So please, let's all have a 1 minute in memory of Akis, who has been a great friend, first of all, but was also a great contributor to the ORC. Thank you, Akis, and please have a look to all of us from up there so that you keep us on the right track. This Risk Management Committee had to be reshuffled, and we asked Nora to assume the position of the chair of this committee, and she accepted. Vice chair will be Matt Gallagher, and we are trying also to put new forces to this committee in terms of the people who is dealing with the new tools in scoring, whether routine scoring or super yachts. So we propose to add Simon Forbes, Ed Cesar, and Alberto Pindozzi to the committee. For the Offshore Class and Events Committee, Manuel Fraga, the General Secretary of Real Club Nautico di Palma, is stepping down. He is very busy in organizing the club. He said he has no time to devote to the committee, and therefore we are waiting for a nomination to come from Spain. Eduardo Recchi retired in his role of General Secretary of Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. He is also stepping down from this committee, and the management proposed Fabrizio Pirina to join this committee, as he is continuing to run the sportive events in Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. And as I mentioned before, Andrew McIrwine should be substituted from the new General Secretary of the International Maxi Association as soon as we have a name.
Chairman?
Yes.
I believe in the minutes, Peter Chalmers stepping down is not in here, and Raymond Loosink.
Say it again, Willem.
Peter Chalmers,
Yes.
stepping out of the committee, is not in the minutes.
You're right.
Committee.
And we put Raymond also where? Raymond was added to which committee?
Offshore Class and Events.
Offshore, instead of Peter?
Yep.
Okay. So, sorry, I wrote the minutes, so it's my fault. I apologize. Peter Telma is substituted by Raymond in the Offshore Class and Events Committee. Matteo, can you take note of that, please? And of course, we have to add Akis to the Roll of Honor. I ask all of you, another important part is that management committee who lost Akis decided to stand in the actual composition and to see whether we can handle the job for one more year. If we believe we cannot make it, we then, before and prior to next AGM, install a nominating committee to find a possible substitute for Akis. I think I got it all, and I ask apart, and thank you, Willem. Yes.
Regarding an application of the Hellenic Sailing Federation for a Congress member, Kostas Kalogeropoulos, did you receive it, I think, in ORC?
That's to be in place of Akis.
Yep.
Yes. As congressman.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. But,
But next year, starting this year or next year?
next year.
Next year, yes.
Yeah. Okay. But I haven't heard it in the Congress.
You're right.
Changes.
Thank you. Well noted. We will amend the minutes accordingly.
Thank you.
Any other thing that I forgot? So I formally have to ask this Congress to approve the changes that I mentioned in the committees and the Congress membership. Who is in favor? Against? Abstain? Thank you. Thank you all. Moving on to the real business, I give the word to the honorary treasurer of the ORC, Patrick. We are in item 6 of the agenda. No. I don't see. Why this? Okay. Why is it small? Okay. Item 6. So Patrick, tell us about the financial situation, please.
Thank you, Bruno. Let's see if we can get some numbers on the screen.
I have to stop sharing myself. No.
I was thinking, give a short overview first, a little bit about the history of where we are, then
You have to select what you want to share.
okay, I thought I did it. Oh. Thank you. Too many buttons on this one for me. Still doesn't work. Are you sharing now?
Okay,
Thank you.
we got it.
Yeah. So I thought to make it a little bit different, first a small overview what we have been doing the last 5 years, and then the draft account for 24 and where we are today, and then the budget for 26. So this is the numbers we have had for quite a few years, and we should remember that this 2020 was probably not great, but that was COVID years. So there were not that many activities in the fleets, but we have basically growing since then and coming back to a more stable situation. The next was, well, as we are a non-profit organization, we are quite happy also to show that we have been, see if I can move this one, yep. Also the cost has gone up, which I think prove that we are working, and cost of staff and research and things has also grown the same way. So we have been keeping the thing in some sort of balance, not just making money. Obviously, 2020 was a year with no travel, no regattas and things, so the cost was very much down. Then to the official part, which I think we need the AGM to approve. Yeah. Is the, at this stage, unaudited financial statement, because we need to approve them to be able to audit them first. And this is a typical English version of them, so there is a lot of text about us. And I will obviously send this to all the Congress members immediately after this meeting.
Don't see any.
They are very secret, obviously.
Financial reports, a black book.
Yeah. But Benji here can at least see them and approve them then.
Yeah.
So I will try to.
Real-time connection lost, it says.
Yeah. Seems. See. Okay, now wait.
Oh, yeah, it was what? Okay.
Yeah, so for 24, we had a slight growth in the turnover and a slight or not so slight growth in the cost. So we ended up in a basically situation with a small loss last year for 5,200, but it's, again, a non-profit organization. I think it's good to prove that we seem to have a small problem with this one.
Yeah. Now it's back.
Yeah, but that, I think we have a connection problem, obviously.
But maybe, Patrick, we have had these numbers on the screen in Singapore, more or less.
Yeah.
That was the status 2 months before the end of the year. Was there a big changement in the last year, which was not expected in the last 2 months? I think no.
Yeah, there was a change, and we did some investments in sailor service and other costs which did come up. And then it's one thing which we also did not have on that forecast, that we need to pay taxes on some of our income, and that changed a bit.
Okay, we can see now.
And that means now these accounts are finished, just to make it more understandable.
Yeah.
It's finished and they are given to experts to approve it
To approve them is our duty.
and to
And
check
then,
it.
and then check, and then they will be filed with company house, yes.
So that is the version which will be published.
Yeah, this is the one goes straight in.
So formally, it will happen that you will send the audited accounts to all the Congress members. And I think as we cannot approve it now, or can we approve it now? No, because nobody has seen it. So we have to reply to the mail that we will receive.
Now they are visible again.
Okay, yes, but we cannot study them, so it's that, yes, Wille.
They are sent before the break, and if we can quickly look at them in the break.
If we can send it before the coffee break, Willem will take 30 seconds to check all the numbers and tell us if they are correct, okay?
Yep.
And then maybe we can approve after the coffee break.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
and maybe for next year, it's an idea to provide numbers a day before the AGM, so we can look at them.
Can you change your question to Mr. Honorary Treasurer?
I will push them forward to our dear accountants and hope they will be a little bit faster.
Okay.
Thank you, Raymond.
Chairman, my opinion is that we can only acknowledge, because this already happened a year ago.
Technically,
Nothing to approve at the very end. It's just to acknowledge. We can maybe
Well,
for the future.
now formally, I believe under the English law, the accounts are audited and then are presented to Congress, and Congress should approve them. So,
Because it's nothing to change at the very end.
no, but it's a formality that the UK law requests.
and then with the UK, compared to many other countries, are really slow. You can file them very, very long in. So the IDs are not filed with the UK government yet. So in principle, they are still alive. But it's, yeah. For example, in the Nordic, you have to do it by March or April, but in England, it's November. And then you can easily get the postponement to the end of the year. And that is a practical problem with the UK accountants to some extent, because they are not in a hurry.
Thank you for the answer.
I guess we could see if we can see the about the forecast. Yes. So the situation for the year, this is up to basically the third quarter, and then the rest of course, is a forecast with an educated guess of the rest of the year. So obviously these numbers will not be big guaranteed, so to say, and the income basically stay fairly stable again. Here, sorry, we need to, because the sale of service which are sold is a VAT product, so we need to pay taxes on that one, and also then the cost is taken into it. So that's, they have an own cost line here in this forecast. The costs are also the same. We still show a profit for this year, which is a little bit bigger than, well, the loss last year. But obviously, normally you get surprise invoices in the end of year nobody has thought about. So I think we will go quite close to a zero result also this year, even though it looks for the moment a little bit better. The biggest cost obviously is what is here under consultants, which means all the staff, and is by far the biggest cost we have. But this is also be sent before the coffee break. You want to go to budget? If there is no...
Is there any question on the forecast, or we go to the budget 2026? Maybe some question will come after the coffee break when people can see it.
This is the current forecast for this year, but how was it budgeted? Because you're not comparing towards the budget of 2025.
No, it's not. That is a good question. I think we are quite online on it. No big surprises.
Maybe Willem is asking to the honorary treasurer for next year to present a forecast with the budget as a comparison. Okay.
Much appreciated, Mr. Chairman.
I thought you were remembering from last year. Sorry. Budget at this stage is then we could call it a summary, because some of the decision for the budget will be done here during these meetings, and research and development, and what we approve what the committees will be doing. So it still could be living before the end of the year. But this is based on the information we had the last few days here. So we are hoping to get the increase in the revenue side with the new line, which is marketing income, as probably will come from the committee of promotion, but there will be possibility to sell more ad advertisement, for example, on our websites and things. So we should get one more income stream to the company. The costs are very much based on this year's cost, so there is no big changes, except that the research budget will go up. And we hope the ITC will tell us later what they are going to spend the money on. So this is also based on, obviously, that we approve all the committee's decisions. But the plan is again to have more or less a zero budget. A small surplus would be nice. I think that was the short version.
Okay, so formally, I ask the treasurer to send everybody the three documents, the audited accounts, the forecast, and the budget, forecast 2025 and the budget 2026, and we can review it and maybe come back after the coffee break and have a vote to formally approve also our finances. So let's move to the most important part. It's gone. That is the work of our committees and the report of our committees with the proposal to Congress. I don't have the line. Both. No active screen, share here. It's okay, but I don't see it.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. And we start with the most important committee. Alessandro is going away, so we lost the most. I have to.
Some issue with my computer, so I will use one of them.
Yes, I think it is important Alessandro gets the microphone because he is not so loud with the voice. And I have to start saying that Andy Clowton provides his apologies for not being here. He has a family commitment for a wedding in South Africa, so he's now in South Africa with his family. So Alessandro is the vice chair of the ITC, has been chair for some years before Andy, and he will report.
You want this meeting?
Yes.
It's okay.
It's okay, on the mic, please.
Okay. Sorry, I waited for Matteo to prepare my presentation because my computer was not connected. I don't know why. I'm sorry that I will bother you again after 6 years that I don't make a presentation, but Andy asked me to make a presentation in his place, and so I will try to do my best. Now let's wait that the screen is starting. It's my presentation that is scrambling the system, I think. Okay. Okay. May I see it? Or, no, I have to work on the computer. So, let's start with the submission first. We grouped a bunch of submission all together because they were dealing with the maneuvers mainly on board, and we decided to change the approach to handicap these things, adding some other control, like some of the submission were asking, like the spinnaker retrieval or tuck line or Cunningham or other things that normally is used during the race, and dividing them in manual or non-manual power. So if they are acted by hand or with the assistance of some motor systems. On the right, you see the list of things that we want to rate. Some of them are already rated, but we will transform in a final allowance or penalty to the handicap, as, for example, the age allowance. Some of them are not existing, and we will ask both to fill a form to give them.
Sorry, Alessandro, I have to stop. Nobody can see anything from here.
Yeah, so they can see.
No, we don't see the screen.
You have to ask.
And in the computer, there is no possibility to see.
I don't know why.
The screen is.
It's live, but I don't have it. It doesn't have it.
No, but they are presenters, if you are an audience, you see it, I think.
Can you see the screen on your computer? Yes. Good for you.
You have to, Bruno, myself is my computer, you are not putting your computer in the screen.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
So you don't see anything?
I'm not actually logged into
I'm not in
it,
the system.
but yeah, neither am I.
So as you see, the list of things is on the right, and we divided in power of these systems. You see the cake that we call the overall impact of the various functions, and we will work on them. We have already prepared a preliminary subdivision of what is the effect of each of these function and difference if they are acted by hand or by power assisted assistance. So this will be prepared together with the final BPP, and we are still working on the subdivision of the effect of the full things. I think that at the end, the total effect of this will be between the 1 or 2% of the handicap, and will be applied to the final handicaps, to the final speeds. So going through the submission quickly, because we have many submissions. Outriggers. We don't change anything for outriggers, noting that they are still not allowed by from RRS. We allow in whisker pool that must be applied to the mast, but allowing and changing the class rule to allow the outriggers, we need a change in aero model, and we have in our agenda that we will work on the aero model for the next years. So we will defer to the following years. Hull construction, we don't have anything to say about how the different hull construction are treated by the BPP. So we defer. I think it's a problem of wording of the rule to be more understandable. So we defer this to measurement committee, and we will see what the measurement committee decided about this. About scoring wind, it's an old issue. The ITC firmly sustain that the scoring wind is the wind of the first boat, so the winner of because the highest scoring wind is coming from the winner. So we want that we suggest, and we strongly suggest, to use this as a scoring wind. For life rafting measurement trim, we don't support the submission because the boat must be measured in empty conditions, and the life raft is added as a gear weight by default by the BPP to obtain the final sailing displacement. And there is another note that the offshore special regulation requires the presence of the life raft only for some categories. So if you are racing in a different category, it is not compulsory, you are messing things. So this is not supported. The use of time allowance for knots, we decided that from next year, the 4 knots handicap and speeds will be computed directly by BPP. In the current rule, it is extrapolated from 620 knots. And the PCS will be amended to use a boundary at 4 knots instead of 6. About weather routed scoring, we will discuss later with the paragraph talking about this. For the head sail full credit, we agree that there is some apart from the allowance that is applied now to the fuller for the single jib, we have to devote some more work, and with the new aero model under course for next year, so we will make the amendment after the work will be completed. For the spinnaker pool effect on non-spinnaker certificate, we agree that there is a possibility to use the spinnaker pool also with no spinnaker attaching it to the head sail. So if you have on board, you have to, a slight difference in handicap is applied. If you don't have it, you don't pay for it. So the solution is not supported. Spreaders and jumper with the, spreaders and jumpers are not defined by equipment rule of sailing, but we agree that the definition is similar to spreaders. So during 2026, we will decide how to revise the handicap effect of the spreaders. Overlapping head sail, the same is we have a aerodynamic model in working in progress, so we will update the model for overlapping head sail when we will complete this research. For the twin rudders drag, now the surface of the windward rudder is well computed by the LPP. So if you have a part of this rudder into the water when the boat is heeling, it is computed in static water line, of course, not with the waves. If there is a rudder that has a swing angle that you retrieve from the water, this will be registered as 90 degrees swing angle, and it will not considered as inside the water during the sailing conditions. The measurement inventory accounting we defer to rating officer committee, but we don't have any issue on this. Articulating bowsprit is something more difficult, and in this case we defer to next year when we will finish our aerial model revision and research. It's not easy to compute the position of the tack or the point of the spinnaker when you articulate the bowsprit, because it's a geometrical issue that is not easy for the current aerial model to take into account this. So for the moment we go on with what is it, so it's considering the articulated bowsprit as having a spinnaker pool. Cruiser racer requirements, we already discussed at least last year. We revised all the cruiser racer requirements. They were printed on the certificate, the requirement for the cruiser racer. We will ask to add some additional tool that could explain better what are the cruiser racer requirements in the manager and in the sailor services. The interceptor, we think that the interceptor effect is adding drag to the boat in low speed, and with the fact that they changed the trim in high speed, the effect overall is almost balanced. So on the general handicap, there is no effect. And we don't think that we have to devote some time on this, as the number of boats are very few. Obviously, adjustable interceptor will be continue to be prohibited. Oversea and spinnaker areas, this is not a big issue. The difference between the two formulation is in the fact that we use 1/6 in the formula, and they are using 1.16666, that is a periodical number. So this is making a little difference between the two areas, but there is a multiplier that can calculate one area from the other, but they are completely consistent. So there is no necessity, because it's not a number that is printed on the stamp on the sail. So we support the submission. The age allowance, we have an age allowance that is going up to 15 years as almost 0.5% of allowance that is applied to the final handicaps. We are afraid that many boats that are actively racing now are older than 15 years, and we think that increasing the age allowance is giving them some help, and they are very well sailed and prepared boat. So we do not support the submission. So we will keep the age allowance. We suggest to keep the age allowance as it is now. Starting point of Spinnaker, we understand that there is a penalty for boats that have a large SFJ because the minimum TPS is J plus SFJ, that is the distance between the forestay and the bow. So the rule will be amended and the TPS rated will be taken as not less than J and not J plus SFJ. So this is light, the penalty will be removed. These are the submission. Now we can go to the residual resistance that is the core of our presentation today. I don't know if you want to stop and vote for the submission or we go on and we make a full package for the ITC.
I think it is not possible because some submission is presented in a different way from other committees.
No. Which one?
So I don't know because I don't see anything.
That's right. Maybe only slightly different, but not enough.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Yeah, on USA 13, is it possible to have discussion? Because we really do need the age allowance to be increased in the United States.
This is the suggestion from ITC that is not ruling on this, is only suggested to the Congress what their opinion about this submission. But the final word is on the committee and on the Congress. So I don't want to put pressure on the government, on the Congress, but I think that it's the final word is from the Congress.
That means from us.
No, from you, yes, you ask, and the Congress will reply if it is possible to amend the decision from ITC.
So that is what I'm asking. So in the United States, we have competitive rules, primarily ORR, which gives all kinds of age allowance, I think maybe up to 50 years or more. And then the boat owners say, well, I don't want to go to ORC because ORR gives me a much better rating and my boat is old, so I get a better credit.
I don't know what Bruno thinks about this.
No, it would be wise and in the management, I think if I can. We are asking USA 13, I can read what we ask. The submission is not supported, we said, with the management, but management committee will task the ITC to study the effects of changing the maximum age allowance from 15 to 20 years, as the particular change could help in the US West Coast to win the ORR competition. This is the minutes of age allowance. So the discussion within the Congress, I would like to vote on something that we know the consequences, and we do not have from the ICS study of what are the consequences now if we change 15 to 20 years in age allowance.
The test run on this to see what is happening on the fleet and how much we want to change the age allowance from boat older than 15 years. So if we want to continue the curve that we have now or change the slope of the the line and the things
If it doesn't change, we'll be making the same submission next year.
William,
I understand the position of the ITC, but I do also realize that there's also a lot of older boats, and maybe older is a vague description, because maybe older should start after, before 2005, or maybe even before 2000. But I do think in general, it would be a good idea to come up with a solution so that the boat of 1995 can effectively compete in a nice way in a current situation. So maybe we can revise this USA 13 to refer back for some study for next year, that you come up with a general idea, maybe, I don't know, flatline it between 15 and 25, and then go on with an age allowance or something like that. When you have all the consequences, when you know all the consequences. Because it's good if you have boats pre-2000 or whatever year you want to have, being competitive in an ORC fleet.
So your suggestion is to explore how to extend the allowance to the previous years?
Yep.
We can take the task for next year if you, or you want to ask now.
I hate to do something that we do not know the consequences. So as Willem was saying, and the management was asking, I would task the ITC to study what happens if.
Yeah, we can study now, or we can start now what needs the next weeks, or for the next year. The next weeks, if we want to issue a new BTP with the new age allowance for 2026, or
How urgent you believe in US this matter is?
I think it's imperative for the US and several other countries. And also, I believe IRC is, the age allowance is unlimited.
It's 45 years on IRC.
45?
Yeah.
But having said that, it's also better to do a thorough job to come up with a good plan. So whether it's for this year, or for whether it's for 2026, or whether it's for 2027, fine with me, but we need to do something here.
Why not do something small this year and then study it?
Yes.
To get a better rating is one thing, but the other thing is if this is reflected to the boat performance. We can get a very good rating to all boats, all old boats. But if the boats of 20 years, let's say, is of similar performance with those of 15 years, so why to increase the rating, the APAs on those boats, if they do have the same performance, let's say? I don't know if you understand.
Felix,
President, Congress members, USA 13 is filed right after Big Foot Series. We like to grow the ORC in the USA. We are running the North American Championship in next year's time. The first push we received from ORR, this is the other system, this is like ERC, but it's called ORR in the USA. The first reaction when we asked, go to ORC is, no, my boat is so old and I'm better rated in ORR, I don't go to ORC. And therefore we filed a submission to increase the age allowance factor. And this is the reason. So we've got the North American Championship, we'd like to see 40 boats, and we've got the other system, ORR, we need to push back and give them an benefit. Thank you.
If I may, Greg Stewart did a very thorough study on this topic in a submission, I think it was 2 years ago.
No, this year.
No, well, this year is a submission, but 2 years ago.
Yeah, the age allowance is coming.
Yeah, he did a very thorough study, and maybe we need to look at that again. Thank you.
so we are in a position where now we for sure approve the fact that ITC will invest some time to study this for next year, but we are also having some requests that this study is to be anticipated, and a new VPP with some age allowance modification should be issued for next year. What is the position of the Congress on this, and what, Alessandro, is the possibility that the ITC will find a quick solution to deal with USA 13 requests?
There are two possibilities, not three. One is to leave as it is, and this is what we suggested after our meeting. The second is to use the same line that is assigning almost 0.5% after 15 years, so say a small percentage per year, and 20 years or whatever will be the decision to stop the age allowance. And the third is to change the slope of the allowance per year that we have now under 15 years, and on top of 15 years, so we change the slope and assign a slight minor allowance per year for the boat up to 20-25 years. That's something that we have to decide. These are three possibilities. We have to make a couple of test runs on this, and we will see. But first, we need guidance about the maximum year that we have to fix as maximum allowance for the boats. So now we have 15 years, and we want to stop at 20, 25. It's something that is difficult to see, to decide now for my.
I would suggest if two other main rulings, the ORI and IRC, are both using 45 to 50 years, that we consider.
No, 50 years is a huge amount of, I think, a good step forward could be to limit at 20-25 years, not exceeding this 25 years means 2000, both of the parts were built in 2000.
That's half the fleet.
Since yesterday, but it's 25 years ago.
Sorry, just checking, the ORR is stopping at 20 years. So if we have to deal in US with ORR, we can adjust our cap from 15 to 20 years as
the ORR.
No, as management was suggesting in their minutes. So I don't know whether to change and adjust the line after 15 years or not. If you can provide quickly the Congress with two test runs, one with the same slope, changing 15 to 20, and one instead with a different slope between 15 to 20.
We can do quickly.
And then we can vote for that by mail. Will be done prior to the end of November.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, we have Dan Nolan here. Can you confirm it's 20 years in ORR?
I found it.
That's correct?
It's in the rule bench. We have it.
Okay. And Felix, is 20 years going to help your issue?
May I ask how much is the maximum allowance for the ORR at 20 years?
The rule doesn't say, the modest ORR gives an age.
It's a black box.
20 years.
Do you know the amount?
0.5%.
Not offhand.
Sorry?
I don't know the percentage offhand.
Okay. Okay. And Felix, does 20 years help you?
Definitely, yeah, everything at the moment.
Every year helps, right? So this year we'll take 20, Bruno. Okay. Next year we'll go 25.
No, next year it'll be IRL.
I think whatever we do now, it's really important to look at the fleet pre-2000 to see whether they are still okay. Yeah.
Well, sorry, can you speak?
I think whatever we do now, it's also important to look at the fleet from pre-2000 to see if they're still okay. But that's not for now, that can be for later, for next year.
We will circulate the test run with the two effects and we decide looking at the fleet. Obviously, only the boat that will be affected, there will be only boats with 15 to 20 years or over 20 years of age, because of course, boat older than 20 years will be affected too. So I don't know how many boats are in our fleet. We have a test fleet that is all the boat with an international certificate now. So we are 2,300 boats in our test fleet. So good test.
So other than the USA 13, the other submission that had some different solution from other committee was Spain 4 scoring wind, where the submission was not supported also by other committees, but we believe it is important to have or to leave to each M&A the possibility to use individual scoring wind for each boat. This is important if the package of ITC is imposing or suggesting or got rid of.
Obviously must be voted, so we suggested them to accept the package or not.
With this amendment. Okay.
Yeah, it's the suggestion of ITC is to use the scoring wind of the winner for the event of ORC when PCS is used. And for the other races, we leave it to M&A or a race organizer to decide which is the scoring wind, the best scoring wind that they think. They can use also the fixed wind for what they observed as an option. But we strongly suggest to go on with this, but we don't oblige anybody to use this. We suggest that ORC in the event like World's European double-ended championship should use the PCS with the winner, the scoring wind of the winner.
Okay, so if these two modifications can be adopted for the package of the suggestion of the ITC, we are ready to vote. That means that for the scoring wind, the submission of Spain 4 is not supported, but there is still the possibility for each M&A to apply the individual scoring wind. And the other is what we discussed for USA 13. So ITC will be tasked to investigate what happens with two slopes, increasing the age allowances from 15 to 20 years. And this Congress will vote which one of the two proposals, same slope or different slope, by the end of November. Under these circumstances, are you ready to vote for the package of the ITC? You need more discussion? No, you are ready, not
Nobody.
Okay.
We're all happy.
Okay, so all in favor of the proposed treatment of the submission looked at by the ITC with the two amendments I mentioned before? Who is in favor? No? Against? Abstain? Okay. Alessandro, move on. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to the residual resistance space. this is a short recap of what happened this year, at the end of the year. So the XR41 was revised because the boat was launched in January 25, so nothing was known before this year. And the designer was saying at the beginning that it was fast on water and slow on paper, and it took as a advertising thing, but in fact it was not like it was exactly like this. So during the season, the XR41 performed very well. This was raising concern, and the chief measurer after the season asked the ITC to evaluate this anomaly. And the ITC in Malta concluded that because of some parameters of the XR41 were well outside the bounds of the base data that we have for residual resistance, that is based on our research in CFD made 3 years ago, we recommended to make an amendment, and at the same time we will work on during 26 to make a more thorough research with CFD in the areas that were not covered. Just to explain you, this is very difficult to understand, but it's you have to look at the first plot over there that is plotting and that is how much the boat is heavy or light. So the lower the LVR is, the heavier the boat, and the fruit numbers of the speed. And the blue points are all the CFD halves that we tested. And you can see that these red points are XR. So they are completely out because it was not thought that very heavy, quite heavy boat could go so fast. And instead, they go fast in this area. So looking at other plots, we discovered that for the water plane area coefficient, also they are outliers. So they lie looking at this row, where CPWA row, you see that the pink points are all on top of our fleet of CFD models. So we will cover this during the year with additional CFD research, but in the meantime, we decided to amend the data, fixing all the limit of all the parameters that are all represented in here. So BTR, LDR, LCF, CPWA, CM. I don't enter into the detail of each parameter. Fixing the limit where the CFD was working, and when a boat is found outside the limit that we fixed according to what we tested, the residual resistance is blended into the old residual resistance formulation that is still there, because we use 50% of this new research on CFD and 50% of the old residual resistance currently in our VPP. So is shifting the computation of residual resistance for this boat that are very few apart from XR41 to the old residual resistance. So the balance is no more 50% and 50%, but is moving towards a more power of the old residual resistance. This is to fix the issue for the next season, and in 2027 there will be a new residual resistance that is covering the areas that are not now explored, where the formulation was extrapolating in that way, because extrapolating is not always a good thing. All almost above all with the neural network that is working on n dimensions. So we will fix this and this is also we posted the test run, and this is a plot of the movement of the fleet, so that you see the 90% of the fleet is moving along the zero, and the handicap variation is ABCD. So difference there are few boats below that are accelerated, and the big points are the XR that is in the range of 1, slightly more than 1%. This is to support this decision. We rescored the worlds in Tallinn for the Class B, and Formula X is still winning by slightly less than 1 point over the Grand Soleil 44, whereas the other two X that were more close to the rest of the fleet that are scaling one position. There is also another boat in the middle of the fleet that are scaling 1 position or 2 positions, but the overall results are almost unchanged apart from this slight movement. So this is supporting more our proposal of fixing the issue of the R41. Going on, we have some ongoing items in our agenda. There is this Spinnaker repowering that is creating, it's difficult to understand also this plot, but I try to explain better. There is the crossover between Spinnaker and Jib that is a tricky thing in some cases, because we have a reefing also on the Spinnaker that is not a real thing that is happening. You change the Spinnaker, but you don't reef the Spinnaker. But the VPP is acting as reducing the area with the reefing. So this is creating some problem in the transition, and you see the transition between the Jib that is a lower curve and the other curve and the Spinnaker. There is a jump between the two. So reducing the reef is reducing the jump, the sawtooth that you see here, but is not a solution. Our aim with the new model is to use every Spinnaker that we have in the inventory, so the boat will be rated for each Spinnaker that will be on board. Not, sorry. So the aim for the future with the new area model that I already said in the previous slides that we are studying for 2028 is to use all the Spinnaker inventory for a single run for each Spinnaker. So we will not have any more this problem. For the moment, we solve the issue with adopting the BMC concept that is going with Spinnaker for a month, for some times, and then with the Jib to make a course that is in the middle. It's happening very often in around offshore races that you decide to keep the Spinnaker going lower than the course, and then at one point you decide to take off the Spinnaker and go up with the Jib. And this is reducing this jump in the crossover point of the polars. Updated error model. This is a time schedule of what we want to do as a research program for the new error model. So starting from now, we have 6 months of generic sail geometry. We will work with sail makers to have good shape to be tested, and we will begin with we have the data from Benetton 36.7 with Jib and Genoa, both in our performance database, so we will make some tuning of using this data that we have. Then, starting after 6 months, we production are running on other geometries to explore the other parameter and retire, so we will make a full CFD of different envelope, and we will include also some super yacht configuration like catches and schooner. That is something that we would like a lot to have in our super yacht mode. Then, after 1 year and a half, in the last 6 months, we will refine the new model and incorporate it to the 2028. Obviously, we need the funds, but I understood that the funds are there.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the changes that we propose for next year that are very few, is the residual resistance update and the cake that I explained in the first page. Of course, there is to add the age allowance now that we will decide within few weeks, not too much. Going on with other items.
I suggest Alessandro to stop. Yes, we would like maybe to have some debate on residual resistance, and I have to tell you that we receive a message from the hotel that there is a fire exercise in 10 minutes, but nothing needs to be done. So maybe we will hear some noise and we can.
We don't have to abandon the room.
No, yes, but we can anticipate the coffee break if the noise is too loud to 10:45. I just warn all of you that if we hear some noise, it is about this exercitation. Thank you, Felix, for pointing this out, and we can anticipate the coffee break. So I would like you to go back to the residual resistance and showing the plot, because I see in the room Max and Tobias and Anders. They would like to speak about this. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Is it possible just to present something?
I don't know.
A few figures I would like to show as well. So first of all, I would say great thank you to the ITC, because it's a huge work they're doing. Sorry, is it possible? Can I send you a mail?
Bruno, if we do a break, we prepare this and we start, but then.
Okay, so
Can I add something?
yes.
Because I think we can do our own alarm extensions drill. I would just like from Dane's side to add to the minutes that we, under no circumstances, can recognize that the reach scoring would still. That we, under no circumstances, can recognize that the reach scoring will still have the impact that the XR41 would have on anyway. So our understanding and the way it looks, then it wouldn't have been the XR winning, because you don't bring in the distance races and you take race 7 into the calculation, where number 2 boats will match racing number 3 boats. So bringing to that conclusion that the XR1 would have won anyway, we would like to have that added to the minutes that Denmark cannot recognize that conclusion.
The 2 offshore racers are in the rescoring.
We don't, that's what we have not, as I've been informed, we have not come to a conclusion, but by far for sure, we cannot recognize race 7 because race 7 was bought due to the fact that the Whisper were match racing in Dixie. So we would like to add that to the minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So can we have a coffee break now, anticipated now, Pascal, or not?
I'm trying to ask.
Okay, we have a fire alarm. No coffee.
Not a fire. Other than that, it's great.
What can possibly go wrong?
So, Matteo,
Other than that.
have to wait.
I have one computer, I can.
Okay, so coffee break, guys. I
hours. Oh, my God.
Tobias, wait a moment.
Class 40 did that?
Yeah.
These things are crazy.
Allow for a few more minutes for the others to come back.
Thank you very much. And just again, thank you 1,000 times the ITC for a lot of work. They're really sitting there many hours and doing an incredible job on these ratings and the VPP. So this is no means a general critics on the ITC because they're really good. I think we were looking at the rescoring and we're looking at the suggested change of the RNN here, and we're seeing some inconsistencies, and we're looking at the numbers that came out of the new BPP in 2026 with proposed changes, and we're looking a bit deeper and saw that they didn't really match what we were expecting, and didn't really match with what we're seeing on the water. Just go one slide ahead, please. So this is the deltas between the 2025 and the 2026 suggested 2026 VPP, and we see there are quite significant changes, especially in the upwind speed here. That with our experience with the boat do not reflect what we see on the water. We can today see that the water was at the boat, the XR41, it's quite a wide hull, hence the high water dynamic coefficient that Sandra was referring to earlier. It's really sticky, so in lighting conditions already today, the boat is actually struggling. The benchmark boat has here always been the X41, the old X41. The boat is already now struggling, and the suggested EPP from 2026, the boat is actually punished more in light wind than in stronger winds, which just doesn't reflect the physics that we can see on the water. The amount of punishment we see here, an average of 10 seconds per mile. If you look at an up and down race, typically in Germany, 1.5 miles, 2 laps. So we end up with 6 miles. That's a minute, and a minute in an attack race, it's typically from place 1 to place 4, maybe even more. So that's actually a significant change for this boat. Taking this into account, we went a little bit deeper into what could be the reason this year, and we're looking at what happened inside the parameter space and what happened outside the parameter space. We started with the argument from the ITC. What actually brought this up to start with is that the XR41 is in an upwind VMP considerably slower according to the VPP. One slide out, please.
Yeah.
It will come once.
Okay, good. Yeah, so I'll just keep on talking. So, perfect. So, what you can see here is a quick one graph. It's derived from the 2025 EPP. Took 3 boats here. It was an X41 because the concerns came up by comparing the X41 with the XR41. It was slower up on the VP and faster on all of the courses. So just plotted the XR41 against the X41 as a delta. So you see the delta for the blue line is 0, X41 has a delta of 0 to the X41, quite obvious. And what you see here on the right hand plot is the delta in seconds per mile upwind. So what's happening here? In all about 10 knots of wind, the XR41 is considered to be slower. If you look at the right-hand side, we see the delta per mile on a 52 degrees tide ridge. And we see the opposite thing is the case here, the boat's faster. It's got negative deltas, the boat is faster. So this might to a certain extent actually be a feature of wider and more stable hulls, but certainly not to this extent. So we at that point we agreed with the IDC, there's something here. And we were thinking, what could be the reason for this? And is it the boat being outside parameter space, or does it have something to do with some other feature? So we were not by chance, because we direct competitor here is the GS44. We're looking at the GS44 as well, which is well within the parameter space. Is that correct? Yeah. So, and the interesting thing was we saw the exact same pattern. The boat is considered to be a lot slower than the X41 upwind, and it's considered to be a lot faster on all the courses. There's 2 points on it actually. This is not the case. But apart from that, these graphs show a very clear picture. Both boats are having a very similar speed pattern. So this for us was quite a clear indicator that this boat being out of range is not the reason for the problem we have with the resistance. And then we started digging a little bit more into these things. Please go on, just on the next slide ahead. Yeah, you can see this. We've seen this before from Alessandro in a bit nicer and a bit better way. It actually shows the areas where the boats are, with the cloud, the point cloud, the point cloud, the trailing cloud of the ANN, and large points are the ones of actually boats that we're testing against. It's easy to see on the minutes that actually the XR is slightly outside in the CPPA, but it's not actually the only boat outside the range. Boats like the Class 40, that has been a test fleet benchmark boat here, has been outside the fleet as well. And the ITC actually has gotten quite good values for this boat with the new system. So even the boat is outside the parameter space. So, but this is what I just keep in mind. You should go one slide ahead, please. So we're wondering what's happening inside and what's happening outside the parameter space. And Max, who was, many of you have talked to him, he's really good in ANNs and actually a very good understanding of how this works. And he was just searching the parameter space. And what he did is that actually in the middle of the center of the plot, and like the most average boat, which should have the best data actually, he made a plot there and made a scan through the fruit number. Fruit number, for those, it's basically a non-dimensional number for the speed of the boat. Nothing new. But so what you see here is that in the middle of the parameter space, actually, there's a huge variation. Suggesting that even boats inside the parameter space can have a big problem with the residual resistance. This might actually not even be a problem on the edges of the parameter space, but also in the middle of the parameter space. So, knowing that, there will of course be many fixes for this, but we definitely can agree that, or I would suggest that a variation of 80% in the middle of the parameter space of 3 neural networks. I'm sorry, what I should have told you first is that the current model is consisting of 3 neural networks that are averaged to get the actual resistance of the boat. These 3 neural networks were chosen from a variety of 300 networks that were created to start with. And there was actually it's quite. The process of choosing the 3 was not very clear to us when we were investigating this. It was the best fit with an existing fleet that was made, but when fleets change, this best fit, of course, changes us all. The other thing we can see here is seeing these huge variations between three neural networks that were basically trained to predict the same thing just shows that it's super hard to get a reliable prediction from these neural networks within this parameter space. And we all remember it's a 14-dimensional parameter space, so it's huge. I'm only able to see 3 dimensions. 4 could be the time, and then my imagination just stops. So it's really hard to work with. So to avoid these kind of huge variations, it takes a long time, it's a long process, and very professional people that actually don't do anything else but working with these ANNs to get some good numbers. And here comes one of our proposals, basically, that the neural network model needs to be reviewed to avoid these kind of inconsistencies in the network. But let's go to the next slide, please. Because we were looking at what's actually happening with the CVAPA parameter when we reach the edge of the parameter space. Because that's where we were expecting inconsistencies because the boat is performing a little bit different to what you should expect. But what happens here actually? So we can see that if we take all the numbers, all the 14 parameters from the XR41, at a setting point of 12 knots, and we just vary this one parameter with a coefficient of water area. Just to get this around, what is the coefficient of water area? It's basically the amount of the water plane that's filled out by a boat. So if you take the beam of the boat times the length of the boat, and then you get a square or a rectangle, and the portion of this that's filled up, that's the water plane area. So, but we'll make a switch of this and solve that. There's actually quite a clear dependency and a very little variation, which suggests that actually this parameter, the connection between the parameter and the receiver system is actually quite well coped with by the neural networks. So it doesn't really seem that the issue we see is coming from this area of the neural networks. We got 3 networks. They are very strongly resistant. So it's a good indice. Of course, it's not a proof that this is right, but it doesn't show anything that might say it's wrong. You can see the largest variations there are actually in the low CVPA numbers and not in the high numbers where we are. Max, do you remember the number where we are actually?
We are at 0.78.
Yeah, 0.78.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Can they be equally wrong?
Yes, it could.
Okay.
But since this is a sweep, what we see here is both inside the parameter range and it's continuing beyond the actual parameter range. So what's happening here is that the system's extrapolating, and the neural networks that don't work like a regression, and they don't extrapolate like you would expect. Don't ask too much, and Max has explained this to me. He's really professional about this. He can surely answer questions, whatever you have afterwards. But he's the master in this. I'm looking at the overall picture. So what happened with this back in when this neural network model was done? It was tested with a mini test fleet. One of these birds was actually a class 40, which was quite fairly unfairly treated before the neural network was implemented. And what the ITC saw back then is by the implementation of these new neural networks, the prediction quality was a lot better. And the class 40 actually lies in a parameter area which is outside the normal parameter area, and it's close to where we are with the XR41. So this suggests that the prediction actually is not that wrong, that there's something that shows that it might actually be a good prediction in this area. So this is probably not the reason for these anomalies we see. And if you remember again, we see the anomaly on other boats as well. I've shown the GS44 GU, which has the same anomaly. Did the same check on another hull as similar boat, which is Italian 998. Similar profile plotted against a 530. I can show you afterwards if you're interested. There is something here. Yeah, sorry.
I need the microphone. Just to correct something that you wrote here, the class 40 was not validated saying that the values were okay in 2022. We noted that class 40 as the ULDB were both that were considered at those time unfavored by the order residual resistance. So when we made the test run of the 2023 BPP with the new residual resistance, we saw that class 40 and ULDB were slightly outside our test, but were favored in the transition. So we were happy to give some help to this boat. That doesn't mean that we validated the new residual resistance on the class 40. And another thing is that if you come to the previous one, so the large variation that you explain here, that I don't know if the Congress is understanding, I'm quite different. For me, it's quite different. But what you say, the large variation suggests unstable model. So it means that now we have, according to you, an unstable model. So whatever we could do in short term is very difficult if you think that the model is unstable. So we need 1 year to work on that.
Thank you. Yeah, and I agree with you. This is nothing that can be done just now. But changing a different problem doesn't fix this. So that's kind of the point of this. Yes. If we look at the class 40, yes, sure, it was part of the mini test fleet, if I remember right.
Yeah, but
so the prediction quality for this boat increased. That's I can't tell more. That's what was mentioned.
Was something that we understood that was treated more fairly than before. So being the boat, one of the considered being the boat, one of the that was in 2022 considered not favored by ORC BPP, we said, okay, we have the class 40 that is gaining some seconds per mile with the new formulation. We have the ULDB that were gaining ULDB fleet in the US in the Great Lakes were a big test for our BPP. So we saw that these boats were moving in the right direction. So we said we made the good work also for this boat. So this is our, let's say, validation, but it's not that having that boat in the 10-minute split is a validation. It's validating the residual resistance. The residual resistance formulation was validated with a more general look of other boat, not on that boat. But it's just something to be precise on what you explained to the Congress.
On this one, I'm completely referring to what's been officially presented on the minutes of meeting from 2022, and you will all welcome to read it. Max, you could just get it around, maybe send it around if that's anybody needs it. But I think it should be online.
I have the minutes in front of me.
Exactly, perfect. So you can maybe just read it outline loud.
It says discussion about the 2023 BPP proposal. The residual resistance and the power change is another change that we propose in that year. Are complementary in their effect on the predicted speed and must be considered as a single package. So the single package was taking into account the new residuary and the new depowering of the sail area. The residually resistant change produces a better prediction than existing formulation when judged on all the objective metric available. The fit of the model to the test set of CFD data is improved. Existing sensitivities to LVR and CP are reduced. The mini test split data shows that the new formulation reduces the difference between the VPP prediction and the boat-specific CFD data. The fleet is sped up, particularly upwind, which improves correlation with the observer performance database. Designs which lie away from the fleet norms, ULDB sleds class 40, are much more fairly treated. Doesn't mean that we are validating the CFD. We are saying that it's treated much more fairly because they were gaining some seconds over the fleet. After 2-year diligent work, the ITC believe that this change to the PPP is the best that can be achieved with the available data, and the adjustment to the relative handicaps are broadly appropriate.
We should discuss this in details, but what you just mentioned is that boats away from the norm, which obviously this one is, are more fairly treated. That was a statement. We can discuss what exactly was all in it. That was a statement. That's what I can refer to here. I wasn't at the meetings. Next thing is the water plane area coefficient, where we can see a very clear indication that a high water plane coefficient is actually increasing the resistance. That makes total sense. Back in the old days, narrow boats were fast. This is the volume as well on the water plane, so it makes sense for a displacement kind of mode that there's a correlation here. And the old model didn't take that into account directly. It was only a 3-parameter model. So seeing something here makes sense. It's plausible. I can't quantify it here. It's just a plausible visualization of what could be the reality. If we expect that the data out there are not valid, or there should be the ORN should show something which is directly wrong, we would expect some inconsistency in the curves here, local extrema, maxima, minima, something like that. Nothing of this is the case. All the three AN showed more or less the same values. So there's nothing here that suggests that there's a dynamic area in this area we're looking at. So just the next slide. So what did we figure out in the end? Well, the changes that are made by the new formulation, they contradict the reality. They're not showing what's actually the case on the boat. The anomaly we're seeing, both are slower upwind and fast in all other conditions. This anomaly is present on different boats that are well inside the test fleet, well inside the ranges. So being out of range here apparently has no effect on this anomaly. To see what actually is happening out there, we need more data point. I can say what we should do with the data. What we should change it, because there's no data there. So the only way to do a fair treatment here is by taking the time to acquire more data in the areas in question, and then adjust according to what we learn from more data. Speaking for X-Starts, we're very willing to share data and help you acquiring data so we can get this right. But we need to get this right and not somewhere where we do not know where we are. Capping some parameters, no matter what parameters is, leaves us somewhere we do not know where we are. We actually do not even know if this produces a proper hole in a parameter space. As the ANNs are behaving, and some spaces are behaving not as we expect them. We saw big variation in of the ANN. Just changing one parameter somewhere where we do not know where we end up might give other anomalies, making the prediction a lot worse than it is at the moment.
basically. So research here is really needed. We got the impression here that when we're looking at the rescoring and the way it should be, the world should be treated, that was only taking account one single event, and it's a very poor database, and that's, I mean, we all know conditions change, a lot depending on who sails in the world. The XFY ones, they had all the semi-professional crews on board, the first three. So definitely very well crewed. So being a top that doesn't really only reflect the boat, but all the boats reflect, but it primarily reflects very professional crews. So what we suggest is to file the data to get to a place where we all can proudly say we improved the VPP and not we did a change that might have made somebody happy and somebody other cry.
So,
Thank you.
sorry,
Yes.
Bruno, just to add some comment on the conclusions from. We don't know if changes reflect reality. Obviously, nobody has the.
Crystal ball.
It's impossible to say. We have one thing to say. We have currently in the model, in the residual resistance model team, the old residual resistance treated as 50% of the residual resistance. The new ANN model is used by 50%. So for those boats that are going outside, as I was saying, the existing test fleet of the model tested with CFD, we decided to shift a little the balance between the two residuary to the old residuary that was proved by 15 years or whatever it was, a year of BPP. So this is what we made as a fix. Of course, ITC was in favor of extending the data point, and this we need some time. And from what Kasper, your name Kasper. Yeah, Kasper was saying is that we have some. They have some suspicion that the model is unstable with the ANN. So this means that we need a thorough revision of what we have if we accept they're critical. So we need some time to work on the CFD, not only to make new models, but to reassemble a correct ANN. So I think that what he says, more data point needed for precise model, is correct. But we are not. What is not correct is that the scoring is putting XR41 in second position at Tallinn Wharf, because as I was showing, it was in the first position after the rescoring, not in the second position. So the boat was not losing a position. The other two XR were losing a position, but they were more mixed into the fleet. So there are something that the conclusion are not so correct. But my point is that if you give us some time, next year, we will fix everything using the ANN. But for now, we have to go on with the solution that is the fix that we found in Malta during our last meeting, ITC meeting. So this is my answer to the conclusion.
So I would like to just recall what Anna said earlier. The rescoring would totally different if the guy sailing the boat would have known in the last race who they were had to match race. So we saw a match race in the last race.
This is impossible to consider into the rescoring that the two boats were going outside of the racing field because they were match racing. But this is in reality in the real scoring and also in the rescoring. So I don't consider this as a noise disturbing the rescoring.
Let's agree to disagree on this one. The rescoring of the long distances could of course not be done in a complete weather routing scoring as well, as far as I'm aware. So it was an APA correction.
We don't have the grid five to make it.
Which is fine, but it just shows that there's some certainty here. It might have been possible both ways. We disagree here, that's fine. And I think everybody self knows how to score this in their head, and you can make up your mind what you think is the correct way. In our view, it's definitely XR coming second here. So, and I totally agree, and I would like to just support this. We need data. We need to work on this. We have to support this. What we're not happy with is making a prefix where we do not know where it actually ends. This doesn't improve the model we do. This only creates the VPP for 1 year. Creates a lot of disturbance on the market amongst sailors. And this is not good for credibility for ORC.
I agree. This is why we decided to extend the model for the CFD. But of course, the season is beginning the 1st of January, and we have to go out with the VPP, and we have to fix the issue that are found during the previous year. And the time is our first parameter to take into account to go out with the VPP. So if we wait until let's say half of the season and we go on with the current model, that is everybody, also you, says that is not correct, and we don't want to postpone the issue of the VPP. I think that nobody in the Congress is agreeing about this. So I think that the fix is making some adjustment of what we discovered is not working well, and we will work and we commit to work on this CFD to extend to improve what you say, the previous in the previous slide said that is unstable, and we will correct this also to make it more stable. But of course, it's a matter of time.
Sure, and I would kindly ask the Congress to give the ITC the time to do the correction.
The time is less than 2 months.
It is 2 months for the 2026 VPP. As we see inconsistency inside the parameter space as well, we see that it's not only a problem of the upper areas where the XR is. So we see that it's a deeper problem, and we do not fix the problem we actually have by this fix. But something else we do not know, and this just adds disturbance to the water sailing, basically.
Thank you, Tobias. I think I can try to resume if I don't know whether others would like to speak on that. Yes?
I have a question.
Yes.
May I, please?
Yes.
I think that when we come to this, there is a very important one point that you don't agree. I appreciate all the work you've done on this, but I think you not agree if the XR41 Formula X, after the changes, if in reverse checking if they won or not, because you say that they won and you say they didn't won. They will finish second. I think it's a very important point for us to know, for me at least. Because if the changes made and they didn't won the championship, then there is a change.
We made the VPP with the proposed fix to the residual resistance, and we rescore all the boat participating in the. We rerun the certificate of all the boat racing in the World Championship, and we rescore all the races with these new handicaps. Of course, almost 90% of the fleet was unaffected by these changes in the residual resistance. Only few boats, the XR41 and a couple of other slight modification. And the final result, rescoring also the long offshore races with not with the using the TCF of the weather routed scoring multiplied by the ratio of the two APH, the old and the new one coming from the new VPP, was demonstrating that the first X was winning the same by a shorter, minor advantage on the second boat, but always winning.
Yes, I can explain this to you in a terms that the scoring is correct. So the XR is still winning, but what they are challenging, Anders and the XYacht guys, is that the last race was affected by a match racing between the Grand Soleil and another boat. So in case the Grand Soleil would not have match raced the other boat, in that case, maybe the Grand Soleil would have won the championship. So this is what they say.
So what you said, in other words, in all medium condition up and down races, the Grand Soleil makes only first places. So just to put that point in.
So let's have a view from our customers, the sailors and the owners to the case. The first thing is when I'm an owner, I would say there's a boat that was perfectly measured according to ORC standard. I think that's clear. And then the boat got a VPP, also according to the standard of the ORC. And the boat sailed, perfectly measured, and a VPP. Everything was according to the rules. Now, after the season, now the season is over, we think the boat was pretty fast. And really, we can't not explain, and that's what I heard, why it is faster. So we have an idea, but we really can't explain it, because otherwise it would have been in the VPP. So nobody knows it. So, and what should be done?
I have to stop you because you didn't read the minutes of the ITC, if you say that, because the ITC explained why.
Yes.
You didn't hear Alessandro show the spots.
Yes, but what I heard here, if there would have been more, what should be done next year, calculation with the neural networks, it will be in better results, and keep this idea why the boat is faster will be explained. And it can't be explained so perfectly now because there needs more research to be done. That was said here, as maybe it's a misunderstanding from my side. And why not waiting until all the research is done? Why doing a quick fix? And that's what I can't understand, because what I would see as an owner, if there is a new neural network coming and a better prediction and a better VPP, everybody's looking for it. Let's wait for it, recalculate, everything is fine. Doing a quick fix, just, I don't know, it doesn't feel right.
First of all, in my opinion, it's not a quick fix. Now we are hearing since the days we arrived, 1 yard speaking loud, but we have a lot of complaints from other owners, and I can show all the mails from other designers about the performance of this boat rated like it was in 2025. So we are fronting a situation where we can continue to have the XR41 dominating our races in 2026, having the other boats abandoning the racing against the XR41, or instead we are asking because we recognize there is a problem. And I think it was shown, the plots are there. We have an appendix to the ITC meeting showing why there is a problem. It is evident even to one that is not a technician that there is a problem. They recognize there is a problem. They have too much advantage. Now we are debating about, so in my opinion, we have to act. We cannot abandon the other 99% of the fleet to say the XR41 is winning easily, so you have to wait for 1 year. Instead, we are talking about the fix, how the fix was reached by the ITC, and the XYOT is saying it is too penalizing for light wind condition. So they are accepting that something should be done. They do not accept the way this fix is proposed. I think I resume the situation how it stands now. We don't have another possibility in front of us because the ITC is convinced that the fix will not be reverted next year when the new residual resistance research will be completed with the help also of Tobias and the XYOT yard. So having had this guarantee from the ITC, I think, and notwithstanding what Tobias is trying to tell us, I think something should be done. We have to start, and we awarded the ITC the budget to start this work as soon as possible. And during the season, because as Alessandro was pointing out, I don't think we will have any kind of result prior to March, April.
If we want to be more precise than the fix, because we have to think that a quick adjustment of the residual resistance with the ANN as CFD is a quite difficult beast to.
Then we can face two situations. End of April, May, we find out with the research that has been done with ITC that the fix was completely wrong. Then, as it happened in the past, this Congress might vote for a quick fix and close a loophole. I don't think it will be the case. I have the guarantees that this will not be the case, but in case, we have this possibility. Or instead, they will come out with another DPP that is better tuned to the performances of the XR41 that maybe will be penalized even more, as they say. And I think then we wait for 27 and we discuss this next November. So I see this as the two roads, the main roads in front of us. And
thank you, Bruno. I won't go into the details because I was already math, but that's beyond my understanding. But I have done quite a few races myself throughout the years in the ORC. And we knew every time we met a landmark 43 or TD 52, we were leading for the next boat in line because they were unbeatable. And as I understood it, that Grand Soleil 44 has won the world's 4 times in a row.
Three.
So, 3 times, well, anyway. They have been quite dominant. So I am a little bit concerned when you say, Bruno, that now we have a new boat, which seems obviously utilize the opportunities are better than the others this year. I can't imagine that we'd have had that discussion that we had to do something about the landmark TPs just because of that faster and better boat. We knew it as soon as we saw a landmark 43 on the starting line, we didn't have a chance. We didn't argue at that time that we had to do something about it just because they're better. That's just, I'm not dealing with a loophole of things, it's just the comment that you made that because it's much better, then we have to do something.
Oh.
That do concerns me as much as sports point of view.
It is not, maybe I said it wrongly. It is not because it is much better, because it was showed on the matrix of the appendix document that it is inconsistent, the VMG bit metrics for this boat. And you said the same, there is something that is not working. Yes, it's outside the area, so something should be found. Tobias said, no, it is not because it's outside the area. Maybe the formulation of the residual resistance inside the area is not correct because of the variance is too wide. We don't know. We will invest, okay? But it is evident in the Grand Soleil 44, you don't have such a matrix as it is shown in comparison with 41.
Bruno,
Yes.
just two things. We, in the past, had the same issue in the ITC. So was a discussion inside the ITC about Landmark,
Yes.
about Grand Soleil, about other boats that were winning.
Italia.
Italia yacht, whatever was the boat that was a little more in front in all the races. We were scanning all the possibilities, but we never found a similar outlier as the X41. So all the boats, Landmark, Grand Soleil and other, were inside the previous residual resistance until 2022, not going outside the borderline. And with the new, they were fully inside the cloud of points that were tested. So we could not act with the knob. It's not our way of acting with the knob. We are acting with something that we know is working, because the previous residual resistance was working until 2022. And now we are just shifting boats that are outside the ANN to use more the older residual resistance as a fix. But next year we will act as you said. So give us some time and we will.
Just a short question. The ITC Malta proposal, does this touch only the XR41 or does it touch other yachts?
We posted yesterday the test runs, and is affecting some boats in minor power than the X4 or XR41.
We're talking about three new constructions from Beautiful.
I don't know the new boat.
They
are not in the test fleet. I don't know.
But you remember?
Yeah, it's about the Unibolic 43. There's was also in one of the plots of the ITC office that is also affected.
The
Unibolic 43.
that is not existing, or is an existing boat?
Yes, 3 boats are standing already.
So they are in the fleet.
Yes.
We can look at. Can you open the test run?
The Unibolic 43 is basically a 3 feet longer class 40.
So if it is outside our cloud of points, it will be affected. If it is inside, it's not affected. The answer is this.
Sorry, this is the boat built in Slovenia you are talking about. The Unibolic 43.
One German order, or I think.
Yeah, but the boats were built in Slovenia.
I think so, yes.
If you have the name of the boat, the kind of boat that is
Red blue,
yeah, red
blue,
Yeah, but they, I'm not sure if they had certificate 25.
If they don't have a certificate,
They had it for sure, maybe 24, but they are in the.
They say if it is not in the test fleet 2025, we cannot find it in the test run.
There is a data in the
It's called
database.
Vineta, is Udell Brolic 43.
Okay. I remind all of you that Judel Frolic is represented within the ITC, so also its yacht will be next year. Romain.
Okay, thank you. Just a comment. I think we're talking here about pure science, deep science, and we will surely not find the solution here now. I just have a comment that we see that those guys are working hard to try to identify a problem, trying to find some solutions, and you are also doing this in the ITC. But I want to make sure that those guys or anybody in our group that has knowledge and tools to do it can have access to the data, so they can dig into it also. Everyone who wants to participate into this can have access to the data and do its own research and then bring them to the ITC.
This is adding some more time, I agree, but it is adding time to the fixing of the problem.
I'm not talking about the fixing you want to do. Basically, I have no. Yeah, I understand that you need to do something quick, but not talking about that. Talking about what you said about the next year effort you're gonna do. Is it possible that?
Romain, what I can answer you is that the ITC work is public, is not closed. As a matter of fact, they participated and attended to the ITC meetings as observer, Max, Tobias.
Conclusion is public, but I'm not sure that everybody can have access to the data to work with it. Actually, if Max wants to like do his own test on a interpolation method, like I'm not sure he can have the data actually. To try
I have to ask Alessandro about this.
What? Sorry, I was looking at the vote in the test.
Romain is asking if anybody from outside the ITC group can access the data that the ITC is working on.
The CFD data,
I don't know how it could be possible, but we can ask Marcus how.
Which data, by data, which data?
I mean, all this work starts from CFD simulation, right? So basically having access to the results of those simulation and the parameters of the simulation to...
The parameters are on the
yeah, but the full detailed parameter, I don't know if it's already, not the neural the CFD parameter.
Sorry.
The CFD parameter I'm talking about.
The CFD that has been done is in some files. That is a huge file that, of course, it's not on the web, but it's.
But is it possible to have access to it?
Necessary. With the Congress agreeing on this, we will see how to make it. But I think that the more we expand the working group, the more time we will need. This is, I don't want to say, I don't want to share the data, but it's something more difficult to organize because it's.
But might be an option not to increase the working group, but just having a revision group that can access the data and look at the data and look at the plausibility of the ITC work, not directly affecting the ITC, but just being able to comment into it.
I'm not working on the network, so it's difficult for me to give an answer. We have to discuss and see how can this be shared with the external constituency.
Thomas?
I think I have everyone who's talking saying we are having a problem because the VPP doesn't deal with boats outside a certain range. Mark pointed it out 4 years ago, 3 years ago.
2023.
Yeah, so you knew there was a problem in 2023.
And I presented that.
We still think it's a problem. So everyone agrees we need to fix the problem. But now we have a boat that are causing that problem. So what we are saying, we need to fix the problem so the boat can be rated fairly. this is a huge job. This is not done in 1 day or 2 days, or it's something that ITC needs a lot of time to do. And we haven't invested in the budget 25,000 euro to fix the problem. So for me, this is not about an XR41. This could be any boat.
Is the Judah rolling on top of the test run now? We found the boat.
But this, for me, this is how do we fix the problem until the VPP deals with the problem? And I think everyone are saying it needs to be fixed. The problem is that we are now talking seconds. So is it 11 seconds or is it 7 seconds? And what we have done is, or the ITC has done is, with this fix, it's 10 seconds. And that's, I asked you, it's 1.5 boat length on a nautical mile?
Yeah, I mean, on a usual up and down race, it will be like 60 seconds after the finish.
Yeah, but then if you go forward 2 days, it will be even more. It's so it doesn't. Let's not talk 60 seconds. We are talking 10 seconds per mile. So if you race for 1 hour or 1 year, it will be hours or days. But it's 10 seconds per mile. And I think you probably, let's say you have done your own research because you know you have a problem. You said it in for 2 years ago that we have a problem. So I guess when you are doing your research, you will have some seconds added. You are not saying it's going to be slower. You are going to have more seconds when you are doing your research. And what what ITC is saying is, okay, it's 10 seconds now. So I think we need sort of to have different this discussion. It's about what do we do, and this is not about X-yacht. It could be any boat. We have a problem. Are we going to have the problem until we have a VPP that fix it, or should we do something about it right away? Because the rest of the fleet are the ones that are penalized. So I think we need to sort the discussion into. We are sort of putting everything into the same discussion. But this is actually, for me, it's how do we deal with this situation until the job is done.
I think one solution would be, so of course, I think X-yachts would be very happy to share the performance data, the real on-the-water performance data. So we had, like Formula X was saying, with a nearly full professional crew. They had a very, very skilled navigator who was taking care of the calibration of the instruments. And we have like all the races and all the trainings. There are very, very solid, very high quality log files that I think probably X-yachts is happy to share with the ITC. So this would be a really practical approach to this. And I want to add a few comments because basically when the new residuary resistance model was being discussed, and it was mentioned in the ITC minutes 2022. I was getting a bit suspicious because when I read the ITC minutes, and as I said frequently, so I'm working with neural networks like since like 15 years or so, and I see that 300 neural networks have been trained. They took the best 3 of these 300 and computed the average of these. Because obviously, the neural networks did not converge to like a single residual resistance for every hull shape, which is kind of interesting. And so I was criticizing that from the very beginning. So we started our mail conversation January 23. And I was asking the ITC frequently. I was asking for the training data, and I did not get the data. And in October 2023, I had already coded the 3 neural networks based on the VPP documentation, where the important configurations of the neural networks are written down. So I sat down and I coded the neural networks in MATLAB and did my own research. And in October, I was able to talk on the ITC meeting in Hamburg. I made my presentation and I was pinpointing the problem that I had the feeling that the parameter space was not completely covered with training data. And when I was making the point that it was really, really necessary to have the whole parameter space covered with training data, because if a boat lies outside the training data range, the neural networks will just produce random numbers, kind of random numbers. And I was not working for Axios at that time. I was working for myself. I had a lot of customers, different boats, yeah. And so I was trying to contribute to the ITC, and nothing happened. Yeah. And then we got the call from Axios to help design the boat, and I said, yeah, okay. I think I have some ideas. And I think what now really would be good if we would within the ITC come up with a kind of review structure or review process where, as Romain suggested, data is made available to people who are really interested. Of course, with NDAs being signed, no question about that. But that would be really the way to move forward. And I think the quick fix would be now to really look into the log files. As I said, high quality log files. We can have a very, very nice overview. We also have high quality log files from X41, the old X41, and we can directly compare these two and have a very, very nice overview. And that would be a very good scientific basis to look at this problem. And I think it's going to be solvable within like the next 2-3 months. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Well, I cannot comment on the history about the attitude of the ITC in the past, because evidently the problem was not sorted out before. You were smarter, maybe, but we cannot now do a process to the ITC for what happened in the past. We are facing a problem now, and we have to understand what is the best way to act in the right timing for us. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, William.
I would like to ask Alessandro or the ITC, is the fix you're proposing, is that a very conservative one, or is that one which you said this is close to what we think it is?
I think it's a it's a conservative fix.
The second thing is, I think it's impressive to see that this Congress is taking so much time to openly discuss this problem with the manufacturer of a boat. I don't think that's any with other systems. I think that should be noted. I would suggest that we would accept the proposal of ITC, but that ITC does revise, maybe on basis on the data. If they come to another conclusion, that we give them the leeway to maybe revise their proposal, if we can do that quick enough, and that it has already been mandated that for the next year we try to get the neural network to a better quality, because we've been discussing over an hour a problem which is a technical problem, and because our system now has a flaw, or at least we are admitting that there's some imperfections, but I think we do need to come to a conclusion and move forward. This is probably the best solution we can offer.
I think that our proposal is moving in the direction of adjusting things quickly and having time to work. It's something that we will discover next year, how much conservative we were. I don't think that we will come back in a better handicap for the XR41. Obviously, we have a polar curve, so it could be but in the average, we will have something very similar, quite close.
Can you rephrase your motion, Willem?
So my motion will be that we accept the proposal.
Can you give the microphone to Willem, please, Tobias? Take your place.
My motion would be that we accept the proposal of ITC, but that we also ask for ITC that if new data arrives which would make them revise their conservative estimates in time for next season, that we give the leeway to do that. And that, of course, for next year, we hope to see a better, that this imperfection has been fixed with all the help of everybody available.
We have a seconder to the motion of Willem. David, you want to speak or you're a second?
I'd like to ask a question.
Steve, yes.
So let's say we discover, the question is, suppose we discover an imperfection. Will it be phased in or will it be immediate? The correction, phased in over years or immediate?
What do you think, Alessandro?
I am against the fixing in the middle of the season, unless we found big discrepancies between what we have and what we discovered during the research.
That's what happened in the past. I mean, it's a
It
big
is not a
bang.
good message for the constituency, because here we are acting only for one or few votes, while if we make a big effect on the fleet, we will affect a big amount of the fleet during the year, and this is better to
avoid
than to pass to the next year, 2027.
I understand, but that was not the question. The question was, if you discover a discrepancy, perhaps during 26 and implement it for 27, is it going to be fully implemented or will it be phased in over a number of years?
No, it will be implemented.
Thank you.
Anders.
I'm just taking your motion to recognize that. I think it's 1st of January is obviously an important date, so we have some months ahead to do some work. And if we can find a better way, more data, more quiet, and give the the opportunity to correct if they find better options before the 1st of January. It's not the case like 500 boats is being constructed now, waiting to be launched. We have time if we can have a better, we have 3 months if we would like to decide to do so. But in case if it doesn't improve, the data is not valid, it's not, then we can stick with the as you said, we stick with the recommendation for ITC. But
It's the best, I think it's the best we can do, so.
David.
Sorry, guys, at the beginning, I didn't understood who you are representing, but apparently you are from Yacht. Can you?
No, it's from the Danish Federation.
Okay, the other two?
I'm the only one who thinks so.
Okay, anyway.
My concern, just to be honest, I'm representing my is ill back home. So I'm representing Denmark. I'm not into, I'm happy about sailing. I'm in the sport. I'm director of the Sailing Association. My concern is that I know quite a bunch of guys who have spent hours and hours practicing, preparing for this. I am into the sport things. I know how their motion feels. That's what how they feel about this situation. That's what I'm representing in this.
Bruno, I just wanted to point out that, can we imagine that we have 10 boats like this? We need to extend our Congress to 4 days, 3 days. So we cannot discuss.
I agree, but you know that ORC has been always trying to be a democracy, is always trying to listen and not to be trying to do the job without listening, apart what Max is saying. And I repeat, I don't want to do the process to the ITC or to persecute the ITC for what Max is saying. But I believe we are on the right track. I also believe it is very, very challenging for a stressed ITC because they work a lot to reach this conclusion for a fix, to have them reach another conclusion by 1st of January. But I endorse completely Willem's proposal. So I think we are almost ready to vote. Yeah. Thomas.
And I think if you can provide the log files for every race in the world, the offshore, all the windward leeward race, and give it to Alexandro, I think you can have a quite quick look at
Send
it.
them to KND and they can process as usual for the other boat, just to have the same, let's say, configuration of the colors that we obtained from making comparison between our VPP and the real speed of the boat.
So,
and this will be used also to tune the new formulation. Obviously, this is ongoing work that we need. We have less than 1 month to Christmas. It's of working days, so it's not an easy decision to say we will have something for the 31st of December.
Willem, can you rephrase, please, your motion so we are ready to vote?
I thought it was already recorded, but the motion is to accept the proposal of ITC, that by the same token, we ask ITC to review the data, and if possible, and if new conclusions come from that data, which is offered by Axios, that they are able to adjust a proposal in the VPP for 2026. If that doesn't happen, then if that's not feasible, then we ask them for sure to have to try and fix the imperfection in as a whole for the 2027.
I can add something. As soon as we have some results, we could get in touch with the management committee and see what could be done during the year, if it is necessary or not. We will work in close conjunction.
Yes. Are we ready then? Any other question? Who is in favor of the motion from Willem? Who is against? Abstain? Ecker. Okay, 1 abstain. Thank you very much. And Alessandro, I don't know if you finished.
No. I'm sorry, but it's not my fault. Okay, so this is the proposal, the recommendation for the Congress. The update of RR has been approved now by the Congress. The other is the cake that I show in the first. If you want to revise what I.
We already voted.
Sorry?
We already voted on the submission.
The submission apart from the HR ones. Okay, so we go on. So this is just a quick update about what is going on with the super yacht. We agreed with CIRA about implementing the new VPP for super yacht after the Caribbean season and New Zealand regatta, that is the first opening race of the season. And we will update only the 2025 VPP for this Caribbean season, just removing the manual adjustment that we have on center ports that we discovered with CFD that is non-working well. For the Mediterranean season, we will issue the 2026 BPP with a list of updates that is in the slide, but it's more items are housekeeping things. I don't go into details. If somebody wants some, we can discuss later. For ORC-MH, some 38 MH certificate, I think that you already discussed this. The PPP worked well, constructed course and observed wind. The multi-hull cup, that is the picture that you see with a large range of both sides and also configuration, and it was working well with close final result, although the both were not locked. We come to the weather-rooted scoring that is something that ITC is monitoring. We have scored 68 races and Shallow scored 51 races, and this is a good amount of data. The scoring software uses an API to predict wind, to forecast the routing engine. The ORC is the collaboration with Predict Wind is quite good, and we are very grateful for their support. We, as ITC, thinks that weather-rooted scoring TCF are better than any previous wind and course mix. First, the APH, but also all the pre-constructed course. I try to show now in the picture why. The distribution of true wind speed and true wind angle is one of the answers. If you see this, this is Machina Grace for a bunch of boats that are plotted there. And this is the distribution of the wind that Predict Wind was seen before the race. And you can see that the wind is shifting from the first to the last boat. Not only shifting, but also going lower as intensity. And this plot is showing one thing. If you see on the left, there is the APH scoring that reflects being the wind decreasing during the race, almost at the arrival in the lapsed time. So the overall position in the horizontal axis and the lapsed time is corrected time are on the left, on the vertical axis. You can see that the lapsed time order is almost reproduced by the corrected time by APH. This is why the wind was decreasing. If the wind was increasing during the race, we would have seen the completely opposite slope for the results. If you go on the right, you see the weather-rooted scoring, and you see how the boat that have an elapsed time with the triangular two points, that they are treated more correctly because they race with less wind than the others. So if we use a fixed handicap, this is not helping if the condition during the race are changing. Obviously, with a stable condition, we would have quite similar thing if the condition were inside the APH. The APH configuration. So this is what ITC was monitoring and strongly suggests to use. Of course, we have to work on weather-rooted scoring as it it has been discussed during the event committee. So still some work has to be done, but we have a very good tool for scoring the offshore race. Of course, I must add that 2 short races, that is less than 1 day or even less, and or 2 long races, 2,000 miles, if the wind conditions are difficult to forecast because you have more than 10 days out on the water. Apart from one example is the Transpac. The Transpac has very steady condition, as Mark was saying yesterday. After you leave the coast, you have trade winds that are helping in having a good prediction of the wind during the race. But other longer offshore races, more than 600 miles, more than 4 or 5 days, are difficult. It's better to fix a handicap for the race.
Oh, sorry, I just want to point out to the Congress, the reference to APH or the back races.
Sorry, it's not coming back to the previous. It's not.
Okay.
It's not coming back.
Okay. That's not relevant for us because the back races in particular and other races in the US don't use APH. APH is not scoring.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I just want to let people know. Thank you.
Whatever, we use APH to be fast in rescoring it with a single number. But the effect with making a race upwind or whatever you use could be the same because of the wind that was decreasing during the race. This was just to explain difference between a single number to weather route score. I agree with you that you score with different.
Move on, Alessandro.
Go on. So performance database. Performance database is going on. We had another 3 boat, Karkik 40, Albacore that will help partially our research on long keels boat that you are going to fund, and another boat that is a Beneteau 43 that we are acquiring data right now. We have some requests to have better data viewer feedback that can compare data with VDP much more easily, in an easy way, and this will also speed up our work. Another item that we worked at was the certificate cartoon. You know that last year we decided to include appendages and the underwater part of the hull in the cartoon of the certificate. Then there was some request from designer, first from designer of internal LTC, but also from external designer, not to show underwater part because of some confidentiality in what it has been could be shown. So we worked in a way that the certificate cartoon could represent the offset file and helping the measurement, the measurers and the operating officer to see which is the correct offset file to use, but making a slight deformation of the deformation that will be random deformation. So as you see, the blue lines are the real shape of the boat, and the red line are, sorry, the red offset, sorry, red is the offset, and blue line is the modified underwater part that will be made randomly for each boat. So during 1 year, one boat that has a certificate will have always the same cartoon, but deformed by a random multiplier.
But we can have a fix during the year of the cartoon. If we want, we have a vote of the Congress to fix the cartoon picture. I'm joking.
What do you mean? You want to come back from the cartoon to the real cartoon? Could be say much more simple for us, but in any case, it has been programmed, it's there, and with the new certificate, it will be a new cartoon. So this is the research agenda. The new iron model, I showed the timetable. We discussed at length about the new RR parameter extension. There is a long kill hydrodynamics that is the albacore is one of the both under inspection. Multi-hearts, of course, and foiling, longitudinal stability, weather route scoring, accessibility, so giving more tool to race organizer about this, and real-time place tracking. That is, could be a very good tool that we give to our constituents.
You want to spend 1 minute on this last item or not?
I don't have a lot of, maybe Zoran could be some more informed than me about the real-time tracking, real-time race tracking.
I can.
We are working with track.
No, I mean, it's a project under construction. I mean, it's you know, we are working closely with track. We also get some data. Sorry.
Yes, we are working with track. We started basically almost 1 year ago this project, and we are now getting some data. The good news is that Robin Zinkman, who was a new addition to the IDC replacing Karen, Robin was actually involved in a similar project maybe 10 or 15 years ago, so we feel very much about on top of this. And we also found another company that is dealing with digitalization and presentation of the results. And I think it's something on the to-do list immediately after the AGM to see how this. The important is to say that besides the fact that this will primarily can be used for the explaining to the people and sailors on top how the race going, who is first, who is second, what's the deltas. This also can be used as a very useful tool for analyzes races by the ITC, because if we know exactly up and or down in every moment how the boats are performing and what are at that moment they are implying going to win or performance or whatever, then if we see that one boat is doing much significantly different or faster than other, then you know immediately know where we can focus and what to do in the future. I think that I believe this is quite important, and I hope that the management in general will support this project in the future.
Thank you. Any question to Alessandro? Okay, Alessandro, I think you're done. Thank you very much. Let's go back if I can, because the agenda. Okay, I've made it. Rating Officer Committee, Zoran.
Yes, so since I already have the microphone, I can use it. Can I maybe, I think last year I also mentioned this, but it was my mistake when working on the agenda that maybe we simply switch because I had to report both measurement and rating officer and chronologically.
Okay, start with the measurement.
And then, okay, let me share my screen and put the minutes just for you guys to follow it, you know. Can I get approval to share the screen?
It's coming.
So it is internet, it's here.
Can you please try again?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So I will go through submissions, both on, as I said, on the board committee. Some submissions are obviously overlapping, and obviously discussing the measurement, and then after in the rating of the committee, some completely just confirmed and some taken from the different point of views. I think there is only one that I would ask to vote and to propose this Spain one about flotation date limitation, because it's like the summation was asked that to have validity of the RC International, and to be completely clear, RC International only basically goes with flotation and stability only with the flotation date not older than 10 years. In the discussion on the measurement committee, I think that the general intention of submission was supported in the principle. However, discussion is how to apply it. And first of all, it is not intentional. No one wants to require immediately by saying that for next year all the goals that has been measured maybe 10 years before, more than 10 years now needs to be remeasured to get RC International certificate, or no one wants to just push them to downgrade from RC International to RC Club. Then the idea around the table, I think in one or two committees was going that it should be limited only to the boats that are changing the ownership, and after combined in some years between the change of the ownership. Also was found that if we find a good solution, then this requirement that we have on the 5 years to enter the championship with flotation date earlier than 5 years, then they can probably be removed. Also, on the top of the problems that we have this week, we actually would like first to analyze the fleet and to understand how many boats we have with the international certificate that flotation dates earlier, older than 10 years. Unfortunately, our programmer was sick during this week and couldn't provide yet. So I think that my proposal, and also reading the proposal, the minutes from the management that also discussed this, my proposal is that we accept this as a principle, but give us 1 year to find the best way how to apply it, and to come with a proposal to be started for 27. And after this year, we can again have a bit more time to analyze this. I don't think that it's something very urgent that is affecting a fleet a lot. It's not covering any loophole or something. But I think it will probably be simply too fast to jump in and make this decision, and then after we see that we made a mistake for any reason. And for that reason, I would suggest that we just vote before of this, because the other largely opposed the going package.
I just read the minutes of the management committee for Spain 1. The submission is supported with the following principles. Only for RC International certificates, because in the submission it wasn't clear, and implemented only from 1st of January 2027, and implemented only if there is a change of ownership. So, in general, the management supported, but under these 3 conditions.
Yes, and I think that combining the management, the rating and the measurement, I will just add that we review the possibilities of understanding the limitation of change in ownership, years, and any other parameters that we may find after, first of all, after analyzing the fleet. So let's say that we will have something on the table that will confirm next year.
But submission is supported.
In principle, yes.
Okay. Are we ready to vote then?
Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, just briefly, I've actually done the analysis for Australia, and it's 13 boats would be affected. Would be happy to start implementing this from July. Is that Do you need to move that or not?
No, unfortunately, you are actually starting from 1st of June of 2026.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, when we do any changes to the VPP, we are referring to the calendar year and the 1st of January.
But this isn't a change though, is it? You're not changing VPP on this.
No, not a change of the rule or anything, you know. It's, so basically, we cannot change the rule in the middle of the season. Normally, it's that's, I mean, we are always referring to the calendar year.
Okay. I might just implement it anyway.
Are we ready to vote for this submission with the proposal of measurement and rating and management committee combined together as Zoran was explaining to us? Who is in favor? Against? Abstain? Unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that for the rest, we probably can just vote in the package. About submission Spain 2 and Sweden 1, I am, after the experience of the last year, I was more than happy to report that actually the ITC has found the problem on the item that we spent quite a long discussion last year. Actually, with the so-called cake concept that was presented by the ITC, the question of having special rule just for the mass jet or adjusting the base of the mass, this will be part of this cake. Probably the biggest slice, or my slice, one of the biggest cherry on the top. But the good thing is that yes, so if we accept what the ITC was proposing, basically these submissions are already answered, so we don't need to do anything. Then we have some couple of really minor corrections, measurement conditions on Spain 3 that was really misprinted the rules. I think that it was easy one to resolve. About the post-race equipment inspection, I can only report here that submission has already been discussed and measurement agrees with the decision of the offshore class and event that was discussed the day before, and I will leave this on the report of the class and events committee. ORC manager software access, here is was distribution submission is not supporting the part requesting measures to get access to the ORC manager software. First of all, we know that ORC manager software is available to rating officers only, and particularly who have signed the confidentiality declaration, and it's only one person who can deal with all the data and offset files and everything. While at the same time, actually measurers have available IMS editor software that's completely same without the possibility to issue the certificate to see the offset file. And then when the rating officer receives the DXT file, the time of processing should be very fast. So that's, I think that's what was asked for. The reason for this is probably not solution. It's not that to give access to the measurers to issue certificates. About Estonia 3, or sorry, I think that it's mistake. I think it is Finland 3. Corrected, but basically the submission was asking why we do not have the stone cell measurements area in our rules. The answer to this is simply impossible because this is defined in the OSR and we do not know just to copy OSR. However, we will agree to add in our rules requirement to have these stone cells measured according to the OSR, which, by the way, we already have in all our championships, but it's not, let's say, formally written in our rules, so this will be added there. And I also have to report that on the cell measurement stickers that we prepared and that are part, basically, also of the UMS concept for the stone cells, we have the area printed in the stickers, so the measurers can immediately use that area to formula to calculate the area. two submission about our triggers. We also heard about the ITC, since this is basically prepared for the research agenda 26 with its application plan for 27 and beyond. Therefore, there was no decision on how to measure our triggers because we first need to seem to understand how they behave, and then when we know this, we can discuss how to measure it. About another submission that was in the IDC life rapid measurement trip, this was also confirmed that we want to measure the boat completely empty, and the life raft is a part of the safety equipment, and also was noted in the IDC that if we would for some reason accept this, then the people will start probably playing with this, adding the life raft just to get a better rating and make more boat heavier. We do not want to accept to have this, and we also cannot connect the certificate for the specific category of the race. Then we had submission about measurement condition documentation, which I have to admit that was already discussed and supported 2 years ago. Unfortunately, its application has been delayed due to overload of ORC programming staff, and the idea is basically that we give the opportunity to measurers to take the pictures and photos of measurement condition and upload this together with all the other measurement data, and so to become available also in the ORC database. At this moment, we will just add it to the rule that measurement condition shall be documented with the photos or the videos, and the real application of the system will hopefully be available as soon as possible, as soon as we will have some programming time from our programmers to update the software. Then we also had discussion about in-house certification and confirming that I have to say that ORC has been partnering with World Sailing and IRC also about the UMS concept of the in-house certification for the sails, where it was agreed the specific guidelines for the sail laws, how to measure the sails and how to apply sail measurement stickers. And while this is clearly documented and agreed with World Sailing, adding the national program is this would be very difficult for us because we do not know what is happening to this national program. However, we know that, and by the rules, the measurements are appointed by the MNAs, so every MNA who has a national in-house program simply can administer and appoint those measurers as their national measurers, and not changing the rules is basically needed. There was some I would say probably misunderstanding on this between the German and Swedish rating office, and it was agreed that they will resolve this in discussion with World Sailing with the help of Dimitris during this week. The submission about the definition of spreaders and jumpers is supported, and the only final wording will be fine-tuned after reviewing spreaders and jumpers affecting the VPP. And also another easy one was that mass measurement condition is supported. Basically, we will just slightly review the rule to better clarify the condition and maybe just reword it and or restructure the rule without any change in the content. So this completes the submissions and recommendations from the measurement committee.
Any questions, Zoran? Okay, so we're ready to vote to accept the recommendation of the measurement committee. Who is in favor? Against? Abstain? Unanimous. Thank you. Move on.
Okay, so now we go for the rating officers committee. Obviously, I will not repeat those that we just mentioned, voted. quotation that we said, the bus check we said. The rule request about the hull construction that was also in the ITC. First of all, we have 4 different types of these hull constructions, which are these 4 has appropriate rating assessment. The submission was maybe suggesting to remove some and to make it simplified, simply to avoid the problems, because it is not so easy every time to check if the boat is core or solid. Of course, it's all taken by declared data. We don't just take the drill and drill the hull to understand if the hull is core. So the idea is, since the ITC did not want to change the rating assessment for the 4 different types, the idea is that, okay, we will leave this, but we will add this information within the offset info data, so that if there is any doubt, for example, if I don't know, first that is 4.7 people are asking, even maybe we can find in our fleet that some boats are defined as a core and some as a solid, then within this offset info we will get some information that rating officer immediately knows and can understand which the data is more trustable or more correct to believe, and then any possible error or mistake can be corrected. So let's say that submission is basically maybe not supported as such, but we have found a solution to make it easier application. And also coming back to this ORC manager access to from the measurer's point of view, we also had kind of discussion from the rating office point of view, and it was interesting to make kind of survey and to exchange the information among the present rating officers, that everyone says that normal processing time for certificates after receiving data should be within 2 or 3 days. And then if the rating officer needs 14 days, 2 weeks, or for any reason, then the issue should probably be resolved with that rating officer. There is no other solution. I mean, we cannot find a rule change to fix this. The question about the sale numbers, it's not really probably more about the sale numbers itself, because sale numbers are covered by the rating rules of sale, but was more question about how to issue its certificates for both when one country issued in another country. We emphasized again that in any case where the rating officer needs to issue certificates from people from different countries from their own, they should get in contact with relevant rating officer and then be sure that this is okay. And also, because it was noted that, for example, if one owner is normally sailing in one country but then goes to another country for any other reason, that country should first check with the first country if this is okay, and if they agree, they can find the best way to issue certificate. Then we had the rule ORC 306 this rule was introduced when other rules of Part 3 were reorganized and during the discussion. So basically, just to explain, I think that these are the rules that are now quite familiar, and probably most pension rules. These are those rules that when you are checking compliance certificate, you start checking the percentage, the difference in percentage in between the APH of original and new certificate. And if I remember, when this was introduced, we had the possibility that some national authorities only for the local race use the different rules. But now this was like only for, I would say, transitional rule at that time. And now this rule is quite, everyone knows how it works. And after also the discussion, Norway simply made friendly amendment instead of modifying to remove this rule. And the deletion of this rule was completely supported unanimously by the committee. Another quick fix is adding the word max in the front of stone cell in some areas. Again, I maybe can ask that in the future, some of these small things can be probably submitted to the RC staff and maybe handled simply as housekeeping. Maybe no need for submission, but on the other hand, there is submission we just supported. Another one was from USA about measurement inventory. Basically, we changed the way how boats are measured since the 1st of January 2013. When boats were not measured as empty, there were some items of the safety equipment, including anchor chain, tools, and something. But we still have that in our software. If boat is now measured before in the calculation, to address that the boat was actually not measured empty, there is a deduction of 1% of displacement plus 50 kilo or any weight recorded. However, the only thing that we would like to visit or to make it life easier, because many boats that were measured before do not have very accurate this measurement inventories. So if there is, for example, only anchor recorded, the deduction is less than what it should be. So basically, the only difference will be that we will apply the larger of this 1% plus 50 or the weight of any deductible items. And this will help mainly in US with some boats that were lots of boats that have measurement inventories before 2013. On the cruiser racer, the committee agrees with the support on the ATC, just saying that basically we did some work on this last year, but we will only provide some tools for the owners to understand what are the requirements to comply with the cruiser racer submission, cruiser racer requirements with their boat. We had a good presentation on the life certificate project. Alberto did the project of named rating FIV powered by ORC. In general, the system is accepted and everyone, I think that feeling around the table is that yes, everyone liked it. However, it was noted that probably application of it should be definitely adjusted or flexible to the national authorities to set it up, how to use it, and to set all the rules and details. We will probably simply like to understand how the project goes in Italy since it has started, and having maybe report during the year or at the end of the year next year to understand and to have presentation and to evaluate it and make the recommendations for the future. Just briefly on any other business, I have reported that the ITC plans of development of the new aero model is that in the plan for implementation in 2027, since discussing this in the ITC, when you do the reefing or reducing the area of the mainsail and the headsail is pretty clear, but reducing depowering the spinnakers it's a bit difficult. So there is idea of ITC that seems from with the new application of the new aero model, the BPP will run with every spinnaker that is in the inventory. But this will require some rating officers to keep accurate sail inventories for their boats. Some rating officers are now doing this already, mostly. Some are keeping only the largest one because this is the one that is affecting the rating, or those for the asymmetric, also those between 75 and 85%. So we will use 2026 year as a transition period to update all board files and to have them ready for application of the new aero model. We will see how this application will be for the moment, but we just are going step forward to be ready whatever is decided in 27. Also, the question of the use of estimated righting moment it was confirmed again. I like to say this is not a magic wand and it's absolutely impossible to assess the actual writing moment of the boats without the measure stability. However, this estimating can be used as a first step, and then the rating officer should check result and compare it with also measured boats of same similar type. And based on that information, rating officer may decide to accept the estimated or even to apply different writing moment to be sure the same boat with measurement stability will get more favorable rating. And also, we had some reminder from Alberto on importance of getting 3D scans documented with the pictures of the freeboard points, because it is quite important to have the good documentation of the freeboard points so the information can be transferred to the measurements before the flotation measurements. And by doing this, I think I also completed my.
We need to vote on the proposal on the submission. They are all included already in the other one.
No, there are some that are not included in other ones, so I will ask to be the.
Any question to Zoran about the proposal of the rating officer committee? Are we ready to vote on the proposals? Who is in favor? Against? Abstain? Unanimous. So thank you, Zoran, again for the hard job of all our rating officers around the world. And I ask you all to break for lunch. We're having the possibility to eat a buffet at the Hardy's bar on the floor below. And we are back, let's say at 2 o'clock. The first thing we will do is approve our financial accounts. Okay, so get ready on our finances when we get back at 2. Thank you.
The shower, I drank it, no problem.
No.
Usually in countries where they have good water, they have good beer.
Yeah.
Find that there is good beer. I don't like Guinness.
Okay.
But they have nice beer.
Okay. One more minute to start, and we'll try to be quick, as many people is having flights and leaving this afternoon. No, no. This afternoon. Let's start from our agenda. We were missing the approval of the financial report and the financial accounts. The treasurer sent us 3 files. The first one is the official 2024 financial accounts. Did you have time to look at that? Can we vote and approve these accounts? Who is in favor? Against? Abstain? Patrick? Okay, thank you. And we have also in front of us the status of the finances of this year that we do not have to approve, but instead we need to approve the budget of 2026. Did you have the time to go through the budget? You have questions for the treasurer?
Yes.
Please.
There's a few things which come to mind. First of all, there's a projected increase in revenue. And I would like to know where that comes from, because at the same token, we are spending more money on certain other things. And the AGM expense is at the same level as this year. But if, of course, it's not clear where next year is going to be held, but the chances are it's going to be far away again, and then the cost will probably be higher.
The AGM is, as you say, a question mark. Technically, even if it's in China, it not necessarily get more expensive. If it's in Singapore, it will be more expensive. So that's something we probably need to update when we get the location. I tried to ask our dear didn't yesterday, but he didn't want to tell me.
And for the increase in revenue, where do you think that will have to come from?
There probably will a few new markets and more levies, and also then the internet market thing we should bring something.
Way to anticipate, Willem, maybe one of your questions. The management will propose right after this vote to maintain the levies unchanged for next year.
Yeah.
So are you ready to vote for the budget 2026? Who is in favor? Against? Abstain? One abstain. Okay, thank you very much. So I jump now to one of the management committee part, that is finance and budgeting. No, you don't see. Let's see if you can see my screen. Anyway, we have been deciding, as I mentioned before, to maintain our levies the same for the coming year. That means ORC Club certificates, €50 levy, ORC International, €85, ORC AMH Club, €50, double-handed and no spinnaker certificate remain levy-free if a regular certificate has been issued for the boat, and instead super yacht and or CMH super yacht style, we have a price list on the website, so it doesn't need to be voted. The new possible income that also William was referring to is the launch of the light certificate. We will be dealing with each national authority to understand what is the need and the use they would like to do with this new product. And the basic line that we would like to suggest is to have 10 euro per certificate to start with. But I repeat, each situation, each M&A situation should be addressed case by case by the management to see whether there is a need for this certificate to be really the entry level for us, and therefore to have a special deals every time with each M&A. Also, the management was thinking about the possible income from the weather routine scoring for each race that requests this possibility. And again, we didn't want to set up a standard price, and it will come through a discussion with the race organizer whether a fee would be accepted for the race. Normally, it would be at least the second year this race organizer is using this tool, and therefore a lot of work, as you know, is needed by our staff until the web app is ready to go. But again, the web app, some resources could come from the weather routine scoring. Okay. So I ask now the Congress, if there are no questions, to vote for the levies proposed by the management committee, that is to maintain the levies we had in 2025. Who is in favor? Against? Abstain? Okay.
Can we discuss it?
No, I mean, I told and I said at the beginning, we are a no-profit company and we are investing all our revenues in research and development. Next year, as Willem pointed out, there will be a lot of research and development money needed for that. Also, the promotional department will need some money, but nevertheless, we are in a very good position with more than 900,000 euro of reserves in our banks, and we feel we have to invest to help our constituency. So back to the agenda, we have now with the special regulation committee, and I ask where we have two members in the new horse selling subcommittee. The chairman switched from Saliani to a new chairmanship, but our two representatives are Patrick Lindquist and Per Boimo. I ask both of them to report. James Dodd is the new chair. Per.
Yes, the meetings is tomorrow, but also due.
Tomorrow it will be the meeting, but there were other meetings during the year.
Yes, because due to the World Saving Governance Reform, basically our meetings every second month. So if you go into World Saving website, you see a new link at the top, proposals. So if you propose something, it's like what we called submissions before. There will be a 6 weeks window, and all those will be decided in the next meeting. Those meetings are only 1 hour. So we had one meeting July 25, and we had one meeting October 6. Mainly small changes, something about stability, coming a little bit more. The thing here is this. Okay, it's decided at one meeting, and then the next meeting the same thing can come up again. So we are talking about a little bit too much the same things. Especially when penalties. What happened? Did it die? It died. How did I pick it off? Oh, maybe it's coming.
I think so myself.
It's so crazy.
He didn't like what you were saying. You don't want to hear anything. So we had some submissions there, and for the last meetings on the URC came Sunday, I could postpone to this meeting tomorrow. So you have something about your grab bags and some stability issues, which is I have concern. Tomorrow, then it's 5 more with some lots of housekeeping. So all these decisions now will come in the next version coming valuable January 1.
Thank you, Per. Any question to Per or Patrick for the Special Regulation Subcommittee? Thank you for your work for us in this committee. Then we go to the Offshore Class and Events Committee. Let's see if... no, it's dead. I'm sorry. Doesn't come. Anyway, we had several submissions to deal with. The one that were not discussed yet is Spain 5 post-race equipment inspection. After a long debate about the arguments for and against the current method of the post-race measurement checks in overseas championship, it was agreed that the principle to check as many as possible boats should remain, and Spain agreed to make a friendly amendment to the submission by replacing the wording from change to review. Therefore, the actual post-race measurement method will be reviewed, and possible updates will be suggested and adopted in the future. So this is the first proposal from this committee. Then we had the submission Estonia 1 championship format that was asking to avoid the discard in the last race of the event. This is about the match racing of a boat against a competitor in the last race, especially when the first boat is bigger than the competition. And the committee said, even though there is a general understanding of the problem, it cannot be easily defined a priori what effectively will be the final race of the championship. It may happen that due to the lack of wind, there is no wind in the last scheduled day, and then the last race would be the one sailed on the previous race day. However, sailors need to know if the race is discardable or not before the start of the race. Therefore, submission as such is not supported, but the committee discussed possible future submissions to get rid of the discard on one side, or instead deal with this problem within our ORC rules. You know that we cannot invoke the racing rule of sailings. We have to try to understand whether we can do it within our rules. So at the end, it was suggested to form a working party with some international judges and some volunteers from this committee or whoever would like to study further whether we can design one of our rules to take care of this problem.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
I did contact a few Dutch international judges and they have some ideas how to move this forward. I don't know the ideas yet, but I just got an app that they see possibilities.
Very good. I think it's a field where ideas and inputs are welcome from all over the world. Finland 1, about events, financial expenses and cost structure. The management committee has already made a working group that will prepare a standard contract between the organizing authority and the ORC, Such a contract will define the requirements asked by the submission. The committee is unanimously in favor of having a contract signed between the organizing authority and the ORC for the ORC championships. Any question? Okay. Finland 2, sustainability certification for ORC championship. I don't know whether we discussed this also in other committees. We are in favor and we are supporting the submission, and we are asking for an appendix to the Green Book to be designed to establish the criteria to achieve at least a clean regatta bronze level certification. And our friend Nora is available to help whoever needs help in the sustainability matter, correct? Thank you. Then USA 11, digital starting line tools. The submission is supported in principle, but at this moment it is hard to recommend use of digital starting line tools until the costs for the organizing authority are clear, and products with more affordable costs can become available soon. In the meantime, the committee recommends encouraging the monitoring of different systems with presentation of a report next year. In the same time, David Bartol pointed out that a thorough check of ORC rules should be performed to verify which modifications should incur to allow this system to be used. Don't know, David, if you want to expand or we are ready to vote about the recommendation of this committee, or do we have any debate?
I said we want to accept it with the little bit different wording to say instead of, I think it's or something like that, to say encourage and study.
Yes, that's what we are saying here.
Because that was on.
Supported in principle, but
committee
yeah.
also, so
Yeah.
we can just edit.
Okay, with this friendly amendment from the Race Management Committee, are we ready to vote for a recommendation from the Offshore Class and Events Committee? Submissions, proposal, all in favor? Against? Abstain? Unanimous. Thank you. Then in the second part of our meeting, we reviewed the races of the season. There is a typo mistake, of course, it's 2025 and not 2024. And of our championship, the Worlds, the Europeans, Continental, the double-handed, and so on. You can find a lot of details in our report filed to World Sailing that is, I believe, published on the web already, our report. Okay. Then the other important decision of the committee was to analyze the bids to host 2027 events. And the final decision was to award the ORC International Awards to Skofshovet, Denmark in August 27, the ORC International Europeans to Malaga in June 2027, the double-ended Europeans in Sandhamn, Sweden in June-July 2027, and the ORC North Americans in Fort Lauderdale in November 2027. As you can see, we are lacking still a venue for the double-ended 2027 Worlds and for the ORC Sport Boat Europeans 2027. So therefore, we encourage each M&A to come with possible bids that will be analyzed as it happened already in the past by the Offshore Class and Events Committee with special meetings during the year.
I may just comment that David and me are talking and we have some ideas for double-handed, but we need to come home, and then after coming home we will probably do.
And now you said that we are curious. Now,
The system is that the AGM is giving a proxy to the
Exactly. I was waiting for the lawyer, please.
to the Offshore Class and Events Committee, and as soon as they have a bid on the table, they will have a meeting and then decide in the name of the AGM.
So we formally need to vote to approve the approved bids by the Offshore Class and Events Committee for 2027. Who is in favor to approve this location and to approve also the proxy to Offshore Class and Events Committee for other location for double-handed worlds and overseas for both Europeans? Who is in favor? Against? Abstain? Unanimous. Thank you very much. And we move on then to, I'm lost. What was the next? Yeah. Okay. Race Management Committee. I give the word to Vice President Eki.
With the approval of the Management Committee, I had the honor to jump into the job of Akis. I was heading the committee again. And there's not very much left because many of what we have to say is said already. We have been talking about conditions, España, Spain 4, about scoring wind, and we, as already said, we do not support this submission. I need 3 hands now.
No, I keep them.
It's very nice, thank you. So scoring will be for the suggestion of, goodbye. I can stand up and speak loud. I think.
No one is coming.
Tired of dressing black.
So, Spain for scoring wind, we follow the suggestion of the ITC and of the Offshore Classes and Events Committee to not support it. This is already voted on. Germany 6, the use of time allowance on true wind speed 4 knots. That is planned to be included in the VPP for the next year, so this is supported. Germany 7, clarification about the use of weather-routed system or APH scoring. The consensus of the committee was that this was that there are circumstances where weather-routed scoring should be abandoned after it was included in the sailing instructions. That may happen if it is happening from technical side or because of things which came up after the race. There will be a working group formed about this matter and will be discussed and will be given guidance for race management, which language is used in the sailing instructions. Then we had a demonstration, USA 11 digital starting line tools that is already mentioned, and we got a look into the actual technical opportunities that we have. We had a report from Lynch from Newport and another many interesting studies. And we think we should support this submission with the change that the wording should be encouraged and studied, as we have decided already.
And sorry to interrupt, the track is around, showing up a system also in world sailing meetings that is smaller and smaller, and the cost, as we all know, will go down. So we are not ready yet, but it will come.
Okay, thank you. I think that is more or less already all what we have done. We have then touched submission which was not addressed to our committee, but we were interested to discuss it. This is about the discardable race, and we will also, as mentioned already, we will support the working group with international judges to explore whether appropriate rules can be developed to address this unsportsmanlike conduct without creating rule problems. And then we have had, Matt, we have had your submission USA 12 on the agenda, and maybe you report shortly, you have the better wording for that.
Yeah, I can speak briefly to this. This submission was proposed essentially to reverse what we felt was a bad decision by the National Appeals Committee in the United States regarding exactly what the ORC rule is, the definition of a rating versus scoring. We thought it was pretty straightforward. They did not. So that is the reason behind this. So we will define the ORC rating as the table of numbers that appears on the first page of your certificate. Everything on the back page, whether it's 3 numbers or 50 like we have, will not be considered part of the rating. Those are scoring options. Anyone who's interested in reading a bad decision, let me know. I'm happy to send it to
you. So I think that's all. We have had a presentation of an evaluation from Tallinn. I want to remember that we have decided 2 or 3 years ago to make evaluation after every of our events, and so we had evaluation from Tallinn and also some from Laura from Helsinki and from
Holland.
Holland, thank you. And we learned that this is very interesting, and it should not cost 4,000 euros as it costs in Tallinn. You can do it with volunteers, and the 2 ladies have promised to me to sit together and make a little questionnaire, which can be the heart of our evaluation system, of our evaluation system. Okay, then we had a report on level of inspection at different race categories from Johan. That was interesting, but there's nothing to vote on. You can read it in details on in our minutes. So, thank you. I think we have not voted on Germany 6, which is included in the BPC, the time allowance for knots. This is not a big, but we can vote.
But yes, I think just to get sure, to confirm a recommendation about the submission from the Race Management Committee as well would be nice. Who is in favor? Who is against? Who is abstained? Okay, thank you very much, Eki, and well done in jumping in your role. We go back now to what? Thomas, Promotion and Development Committee.
Can I use the mic or?
Yeah, shall I keep it?
No, I think. Yes, we had the meeting, and it was the first meeting on Friday. There was no hot potatoes. I guess the only hot potato was if internet was working or not. And I think the committee supports the idea and the concept of a good Wi-Fi. We had 3 submissions. It was Finland 4 about search functionality in sales service, which we are going to look into. We have actually started the work already to see what's possible in the existing system and if a new one are needed to be developed. So the committee supported the submission. Then we had Sweden 4, which was to promote the multi-hull rule. So that was also supported. And then we had, the last one was Mancom 1, the ORC Light certificate. And that was also supported by the committee. We had reports from the website, which is increasing month by month, year by year. Same goes with all the other platforms like Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Flickr. So they are increasing day by day, so that has a good development. We had some reports on from the States done by Doug Davis, who could report that is a very good positive development still in the States, and they are thinking that it will be the same in the years to come. With over 1,000 certificates now, and also reporting about the new group in Ireland, which had their first meeting, and we have the new Congress member here, Pat, with us, so that's good. We talked about newsletter planning and strategy. We have already done a refit of the Sailor Service, so it looks so it's in line with the layout and graphic that are on our webpage, and that will be implemented in short time, regardless of what we do with the platform. We talked about new products in Sailor Service, and the first that are on the table is sail crossover charge that we have been talking for many years to create. So that will be the first one we will have a look at. We have a new banner function on our webpage and also on Sailor Service. So we are actually now offering companies to have their banners on our webpage, and the first one was Track to make a deal, and they are also, I talked to Eero that was here this week, and they have actually decided to double the amount. Sorry, Garmin, of course. They're represented by Eero, yeah. So it's Garmin who is the first digital partner on our webpage. Then we had a look at the live scoring in partnership with Track. We did a huge job last year when it comes to single number scoring, and this year we have done a huge job on actually showing a live leaderboard when also PCS is in use. When it comes to sport boats, I think the plans for 20 to 25 is the same. We need to put the same plan up for 2026 because 2025 didn't go as we wanted. And then, of course, we have the weather routing scoring that has been discussed, and also the need to develop race flow and get functionalities that are now on different platforms. Some are in scorers, some are in the Sailor Service, and some are in the race flow. So we need to find a way on how all these can be on the same platform and available for race organizer in the next season. And I think that
We need to vote.
Yeah, we can vote. I guess it's gonna be. Yeah, there are three solutions.
Okay.
So it's Finland 4.
Fairly minor. Wasn't there an amendment to Finland 4? Wasn't the Northern European bit taken out? I don't know.
No, it was Sweden 4. Because the multi-hull was that.
Was it? It was.
Yeah, it was Northern Europe, and we said worldwide instead.
So can we need any discussion? No? Are we ready to vote on the recommendation of the Promotion and Development Committee? Yes, who is in favor? Against? Abstain? Thank you, Thomas. Well done. And I think the last committee is the Management Committee. We went over already, I believe, on all the submission because part was taken care also from measurement and rating officer, part was taken care of also by the ITC. I think the only one, age allowance, we discussed at length. So all the decision of the management about this submission are coincident with the other committees that we already voted. The only one that is missing that was touched from the Promotion and Development Committee that I would like to expand a little bit is Management Committee 1 ORC Light Certificate. And I read what we minuted. Define clear parameters and safeguards for the use of light certificates to have a clear set of boundaries to protect ORC Club. Ensure appropriate branding and consistent fee structure. And I touched that when we discussed about the levies. Adjustments may be made for local fleets and individual M&As following initial discussions with ORC. It is very important, in our opinion, to understand the needs of this new entry-level certificate. It doesn't have to kill the ORC club, that's the first. We need to attract to the racing area and to the racing field owners that are not yet racing or are racing with invented number or PHRF numbers, to test through our immense database what it is like to have a fair handicap to start with, and therefore after a maximum of a couple of years be attracted by a more appropriate rating that is the club or the international. This is the goal. We started this testing here with the Italian Federation, and the Winter Championship in some area has been adopting this certificate to get out of the harbor boats that were not racing before. I am open to any question from the Congress. We already voted that we support the submission. For the finances, we already voted that the levies are the same. We already announced that we are giving 50,000 euro of budget to the ITC. We analyzed the situation in several different countries. We didn't say that, but for the first year, this year, in the next week, China Cup in China will be raced with the ORC rules. It has been since 6 years that China Cup has been established and they were using IRC, and now they decided to switch to ORC. For Super Yacht, we compliment our group of people who is really appreciated. Last night at my table, there was the secretary of the Super Yacht Racing Association, Shirley Robertson. She is very enthusiastic to work with ORC, and the relationship is very, very good. We also established together the possibility of making action with specific seminars and visit of the staff in different parts of the world. Actually, we will be having a staff meeting like every year, that this year will be based in Naples, where we were invited by the Circolo Italia, the organizer of next year ORC International Awards. For 3 days, we'll be working the management and the full staff together to review project responsibilities and who is doing what. The revision of the committee and Congress member we dealt with. Ireland, we already talked about that. So I think there is no vote needed for the management committee. Just I'm open to questions regarding our job, if you need to. No, you are completely tired. And therefore, what I lost. What is missing in the agenda?
I think 2026 events.
Yeah.
2026 events. Okay. If I may go back. No. Okay. Now I go back to our report to check our events. You see, in our report we have several paragraphs talking also about communication and how our website is effective with the contacts we had last year and the clicks and so on, and the newsletter 44 stories during the year. This is a story of this year event that maybe you all were aware of, that were all very successful. Let's see if I get to the page of next year events. I have to compliment our communication group, specifically Pirette, who's taking care of our European events, and Dobbs, who's taking care about US. And here is the calendar of our 2026 events. The ORC World Championship will be in Sorrento, next to Naples, beginning of May. The ORC Double-Handed World Championship will be in Scheveningen at the end of May. The ORC European Championship, you notice that we alternate the World Championship 1 year south, 1 year north, and the same and opposite is with the Europeans. So the Europeans will be north this year in Klaipėda, Lithuania, in the middle of August. The double-ended Europeans instead in Spain, Altea, very early, at beginning of March. North American Championship within the Rolex Big Boat Series in San Francisco, September. The ORC Sport Boat European is still a venue to be addressed because we had the interest from Cartagena, Spain, but we are trying to finalize the championship in a proper way. Apparently, it's not an easy task. I have to thank David Bartol and the group of ORC people who's working with the sport boat trying to reorganize this class. Instead, some activity with these boats is coming back in US, and we will have the first North American Sport Boat Championship at Charleston Race Week in USA in April 2026. And with that, I'm saying I think we are over. We don't know yet where we will meet next year because World Sailing did not decide yet. There are 2 or 3 locations that are on the table of World Sailing, but the bids are not completed yet. One is from China, Qingdao. One is from Spain, should be the Canary Island, that I hope they win. And there is a third one that is not revealed yet. At the end of this week, we should know where to go. We try as a management to recommend to follow world sailing in whatever case, because it's too convenient for many of us that are attending to both meetings, ORC and world sailing, to have a single trip for the week. And I conclude complimenting Pascal, Matteo, and Alberto, because I really have been working like hell to have these meetings done in an environment where you see that the internet is not helping, and also it's difficult to find the right room. I was ashamed yesterday for the race management committee in a very small room, but it is very difficult in hotels such as this one, when we are together with world sailing, to find the right accommodation for both. And of course, they are much stronger than us, and they win the best room. Thank you all again. Yeah, Thomas.
27 events.
Yeah, we said and we approved that during the.
Yeah, but normally we also approve it in Congress. But,
we have it in the offshore class in the West Committee, but we can repeat that.
No,
please.
we had it with the proxy for the other thing.
Yes.
Clear.
Okay.
Can repeat that. Any other item from a congressman? So I promised Willem that I would be done in 1 hour. We are in 45 minutes. We are done. Thank you all.
Thank you.